Völsunga Saga, the Saga of the Volsungs. Edited and translated with introduction, notes, and appendices by R.G. Finch, Senior Lecturer in German, the Queen's University, Belfast. Völsunga Saga, Part 1 of many. Introduction. Part 1. The Volsungs and Wagner. Although a knowledge of Iceland's medieval saga literature is now becoming more widespread, it is still far from having come into its own, and Jarl, Egil, and Hrafnkel scarcely enjoy the fame of Beowulf, Roland, or the Cid, whereas the latter belong, if only as names, to the common literary stock of the average educated reader. The former, as yet, do not. The main characters of Völsunga Saga, however, are a notable exception to the rule, and the saga writer's statement in chapter 23 that his hero's name is current in all the languages spoken north of the Greek Ocean, and so it will be for as long as the world endures, contains a germ of truth. There can be but few who have not heard of Sigurd or Siegfried, his deeds of bravery, his love of Brynhild or Brunhilde, and his murder at the hands of those he trusted best. For Richard Wagner drew largely on the lays of the Icelandic poet Ere for the basis of Der Ring des Nibelungen, and on Völsunga Saga, which, although containing additional material and differing in certain matters of detail, is essentially a prose retelling of the relevant Eddaic lays. Wagner's Ring cannot, however, be equated with the ancient Scandinavian legends that it seems to tell. It is by no means a modern dramatization of Völsunga Saga or of the Eddaic lays, and Wagner, in attempting to recreate the primitive myth, became an innovator on a grand scale, whose genius produced an entirely new myth in accordance with his poetic and musical purpose. His approach to the material was eclectic and arbitrary. For example, the shattering of Wotan's spear by Siegfried with a sword of his own forging is pure invention, as is the claim that Siegfried is the child of an incestuous union between brother and sister, although according to Völsunga Saga, his half-brother, Sinfjotli, was indeed born of such a union. Sigurd's mother in Edda and Saga was named Hjördis, not Siglinde, who appears as his mother in the MHG epic Das Nibelungen. Odin, or Wotan, is not, in the Icelandic version, solely responsible for despoiling the dwarf of his gold. Moreover, the dwarf's name was Andvari, not Alberic, whom Wagner took over from the Nibelungenlied, where he plays a different role. In fact, the Rheingold springs largely from Wagner's fertile imagination, and the idea of the inevitable conflict between lust for power, symbolized by the ring, and true love is his alone, arising in part at least, as so many of his themes, out of the social and political situation of his day. Part 2. Fornaldarsogur and Völsunga Saga. The Fornaldarsogur, the sagas of ancient times, the genre to which Völsunga Saga belongs, deal with semi-historical or legendary events and personages of Scandinavian history before the colonization of Iceland, 870 to 930, and of early Germanic history, thus embracing both the latter Viking Age and the Age of Migrations. These sagas are often termed romantic, and if one of the characteristics of romanticism is a nostalgic looking back to the glories of a distant and largely imaginary past, then to that extent at least, the majority deserve the epithet. Of course, a marked preoccupation with history characterizes the bulk of Iceland's medieval prose, whether it be the earliest historiography proper, such as Ari Thorgilsson's Book of the Icelanders, Icelandic and the Book of the Settlements, Landnámabók, or the King's Sagas, or indeed the great family sagas. These latter, written before the Fornaldarsögur, tell of events in the comparatively recent past, Iceland's own heroic age, extending approximately from 930 to 1030. Here, history is combined with art, fact with fiction, but however fictitious the material, the historical fact is ever striven for, and with considerable success. Hrafnkel's saga Freysgotha, for instance, is so convincing in its realism that although almost entirely fictional, as shown by Professor Sigurd Nordal, it was long believed to rest on genuine historical tradition. It is a far cry from such a saga to the typical Fornaldar saga, where the wondrous and fantastic tend to gain the upper hand, where the human is replaced by the well-nigh superhuman, where the heroic spirit degenerates into mere heroics, and literary qualities count for little. Völsunga Saga is unfortunately not exempt from such strictures. Sigurd himself, in the one full description given of him, chapter 23, is pictured as larger than life, nor is it enough for him merely to kill the man who has dealt him a mortal wound. He throws his sword, which slices his murderer clean through at the waist, chapter 32. There are, in general, ample adventure and letting of blood for their own sakes. There are also some structural weaknesses. Example, Signy's 2 children are twice slain. Brynhilde is twice betrothed to Sigurd, and her residence seems to vary between a shield castle, a normal Norse hall, and a castle surrounded by a wall of leaping flame. These deficiencies may not all be due to the failure of the compiler of the saga to remove some of the inconsistencies in his source. A less skilled interpolator may be partly responsible. It must, however, be admitted that the compiler has on the whole little feeling for the poetry of his poetic originals. That he should, where necessary, use words and phrases more appropriate to saga style than the often purely poetic vocabulary of his sources is right and proper. That he should occasionally, example, in his rendering of Sigardakvita in Skama, stanzas 6 through 12, the beginning of chapter 32, dismiss lines of considerable force in a few trite sentences is hardly excusable. Yet in spite of all, it is difficult not to be impressed by this tale, which has as much to do with character and fate as it has with the clash of arms. Sigurd's youthful self-confidence that defies the curse on the treasure changes into the realization that he is inextricably enmeshed in the toils of fate. Brynhilde, whose code of honor cannot but demand the death of the man she loves, and from whom fate has kept her apart, voluntarily ends her life in the flames of his funeral pyre. Hogni meets death with a laugh on his lips, and his brother Gunnar achieves true heroic stature in defeat. Such material, however naively presented, cannot fail to make its impact, even on the sophisticated reader of the 20th century. Part 3. Völsunga Saga and its analogues. Note from reader. The following part of the introduction is dense and detailed with various descriptions of certain Eddas and other sources of information. Only the headings will be read. A. Scandinavian. 1. Völsunga Saga. 2. The Poetic Edda. 3. The Prose Edda of Snorri Sturluson. 4. Völsunga Saga of Bern. 5. Nornagestsdatter. 6. Völsunga Saga. 7. Scandinavian ballads. 8. The Finn Chronicle. Part B. German. 1. Das Nibelungenlied. 2. Siegfried de Ardemont. 3. The Anhang zum Heldebuch. 4. Das Lied vom Huren Siegfried. 5. Der Huren Surfried. 6. Volksbuch von Gehornten Siegfried. Völsunga Saga, Part 2 of Many. Introduction, Part 4. The basic themes, the major variations, and their significance. Völsunga Saga falls into 5 sections. Part A, chapters 1 through 12, Sigurd's genealogy in narrative form. Signy, outlawed for murder, is helped by Odin, his father, and founds a kingdom. Signy is slain, but is avenged by his son, Rurir, who remains childless while he eats of an apple sent by Odin. His son is Völsung, father of Sigmund and of Signy. Sigmund wins a sword plunged into the great tree growing in Völsung's hall, for he alone can draw it forth. Völsung, treacherously attacked by Sigurd, Signy's unloved husband, falls in the battle. His sons are captured, set in stocks in the forest, and left to his lingering death. A she-wolf appears every night, devouring brother after brother, until Sigmund alone remains. He slays the wolf, escapes, and lives on in the forest, Sigurd believing him dead. Signy's 2 sons are too cowardly to be of help to Sigmund in avenging his kinsman, and Signy herself, eager for vengeance, contrives to sleep unrecognized with her brother and bears him a son, Sinfjotli, who is thus doubly in the line of Völsung, and with Sigmund a worthy avenger. After preliminary exploits, including a period as werewolves, they fire Sigurd's hall. Signy, her vengeance complete, chooses to perish in the flames. After further adventures, mainly with his half-brother Helgi, Sinfjotli is poisoned by his stepmother, Borghild. Sigmund falls in battle, his sword breaking against Odin's spear. Part B, chapters 13 through 25. Sigurd's birth and youthful exploits. Sigmund's second wife, Hjördis, gives birth to Sigurd at King Hjalpric's court after her husband's death. Sigurd's foster father, Regin, a smith, persuades him to ask the guardians of his father's property for a horse. His request is granted, and Odin helps him in his choice. Regin tells Sigurd of his father, Hreidmar, of his 2 brothers, Otr, who often assumed the semblance of an otter, and Fafnir. The god Loki, journeying with Odin and Honir, slew Otr in his animal shape. Hreidmar demanded that in compensation they stuff the otter skin with gold and then heap gold over it. Loki extorts the necessary gold, including the ring, on Varnaut from the dwarf Andvari, who lays a curse upon it. Fafnir murdered his father, appropriated the gold, and guards it in the semblance of a dragon. Sigurd agrees to slay Fafnir if Regin provides a sword. Sigurd shatters his first 2 swords, but the third, Gram, forged from Sigurd's broken blade, stands every test. Sigurd persuades Gripir, his uncle, to tell his fortune. Then Sigurd avenges his father, afterwards seeking out Fafnir. Helped in his strategy by Odin, he slays the dragon. He roasts its heart for Regin, burns his fingers, and in cooling them tastes Fafnir's blood. He immediately understands bird language, and from the twittering above him learns of Regin's proposed treachery, and of Brynhild. He slays Regin, loads Fafnir's treasure, including the sword Hrothi, onto his horse, mounts and rides off. He finds a warrior asleep in a shield castle. This is Brynhild, a former Valkyrie. Sigurd awakens her from an enchanted sleep, a punishment laid upon her by Odin, who also doomed her to marriage, though she swore she would accept none who knew fear. Brynhild teaches Sigurd runic and other wisdom, and they plight their troth. Sigurd next visits Heimar, Brynhild's brother-in-law. He finds that Brynhild is also there, and they renew their vows. Part C, chapters 26 through 33. Sigurd's marriage to Gudrun, his death, and Brynhild's suicide. King Gjuki and his wife Grimhild have 3 sons, Gunnar, Hogni, and Guttorm, and a daughter, Gudrun, who knows Brynhild, described here as Atli's sister. Brynhild interprets Gudrun's dream as foretelling 2 marriages and their consequences. Sigurd arrives at Gjuki's hall and becomes a great asset. He forgets Brynhild because of a potion administered by Grimhild and marries Gudrun, becoming blood brother to Gunnar and Hogni. Gunnar determines to win Brynhild, but cannot pass the flame barrier surrounding her hall. Sigurd exchanges shapes with Gunnar and succeeds in his stead. Brynhild accepts the supposed Gunnar, and for 3 nights they share the same bed with drawn sword between them. Sigurd takes from her Anvarnat, the ring he had earlier given her in his own person, substituting another. Brynhild later gives Aslog, her daughter by Sigurd, into Heimir's cave and marries Gunnar. When bathing together, Brynhild claims precedence over Gudrun by wading further into the river. Quarreling, they argue the merits of their respective husbands, and Gudrun shows Brynhild Anvarnot, thus revealing the deception. Brynhild feels herself betrayed and perjured. For her, she had sworn to marry him who braved the flames. To Gunnar, she implies that when Sigurd slept with her in Gunnar's semblance, he betrayed Gunnar's trust, and she urges his murder. Gunnar consults Hogni, alleging Sigurd's misconduct, adding that his death would enhance their wealth and power. Hogni stresses Sigurd's value to them, and advises against the killing, but Gudrun incited to their need. He transfixes Sigurd with a sword as he rests in bed with Gudrun. Sigurd slays his murderer, comforts Gudrun, who still has her brothers, and dies. Brynhild laughs on hearing Gudrun's moaning. She now denies Sigurd's misconduct, stabs herself, mounts Sigurd's blazing funeral pyre, and so dies. Part D, chapters 33 through 40. The death of Gunnar and Hogni and Gudrun's vengeance. Gudrun reluctantly marries Atli, who, greedy for her brother's gold, treacherously invites them to a feast. Despite ill-boding dreams and Gudrun's warning, they set out. On arrival at Atli's hall, they are attacked and captured. Gunnar refuses to reveal where the gold is hidden until he sees his brother's bloody heart. Hogni's heart is cut out. Gunnar exults that now he alone knows the secret which he will never disclose. He dies bravely in a snake pit. Gudrun, to avenge her brothers, slays her children by Atli, serving him a grisly meal of their hearts and blood. Later helped by Hogni's sons, Gudrun stabs Atli and fires his hall. Part E, chapters 41 through 44. Gudrun, Svanhild, and Jormunrek. Gudrun tries to drown herself, but the waves carry her to the land of King Jormunrek, whom she marries. Their sons are Hamdir, Sorli, and Erp. Svanhild, Gudrun's daughter by Sigurd, is promised to Jormunrek, but he has her trampled to death beneath horses' hooves for her misconduct with his son. Hamdir and Sorli set out to avenge Svanhild. They kill Erp through a misunderstanding. After hacking off Jormunrek's hands and feet, they put up a stout resistance, for they are charmed against iron. On Odin's advice, they are stoned to death. Note from reader. For further explanation, exposition, details, and descriptions on the Nibelungenlied Völsunga Saga, their connections, differences, other sources, and various materials, please see the introduction. Multiple pages are being skipped for extraneous detail. Part 5. History, Myth, and Fairy Tale. It has long been an axiom that all Germanic heroic poetry derives from some historical event, and the names Gjöki, Gibbek, Guttorm, Gishel, Gernot, and Gunnar, Gunther have historical counterparts in Gibbeke, Gislarius, and Gundaharius, members of the Burgundian royal house. The destruction of Gunnar, Hogni, and their fellows by Atli echoes the destruction of the Burgundian kingdom by the Huns, not led by Attila, in 437, linked to an imaginative account of Attila's death in 451. He was found dead at the side of his Germanic concubine, Ildiko, probably Hildiko, a diminutive of Hild, whence is said to derive Kriemhild. Germanic imagination saw his death as an act of vengeance, identified Hildiko as Gunnar's sister and avenger, and thus turned two unconnected events into the story of a family feud. But what historical personages is reflected in Sigurd's Sifrit? The question has been variously answered. He has been sought for in the Merovingian period and identified as Sigurd, the ruler of Austrasia, who was murdered in 575. He has been equated with the Ostrogoth Raja, with the German national hero Arminius, who defeated the Roman Varus in AD 9, and with Victorinus, a Christian Roman officer martyred in Burton, 286. H. de Boer argues for historical basis not far removed from the power political theme of the extant texts. A noble Frankish exile marries into the Burgundian royal house, becomes too powerful, and is assassinated. His cogent arguments are based on the intermingling of Frankish and Burgundian names in the later Burgundian dynasty. F. Panzer and others held that Sigurd Sifrit was not a historical personage, but a fairy tale character recast in the heroic mold, while earlier a mythical origin for the Sigurd Sifrit material has been postulated. The Arminius theory and the idea of an ultimate origin in myth have recently been revived. O. Hofler sees Sigurd Sifrit's victory over the dragon as Arminius' victory over the Romans, transferred to a mythical plane. In the various references of the extant text to Sigurd Sifrit in terms of a stag or beast, he sees not a literary motif, but a link with the animal symbolism and cultic ritual of Arminius' tribe, the Cherusci, a name deriving from Germanic, herut, stag. One such instance seems to be the name Hinderfjall, where Sigurd awakens Brynhild, an episode which, if the name is indeed a genuine survival from the ancient times before the separation of Scandinavian and German traditions, may have its roots in the erotic element of a cultic stag ritual. The stag seeks its hind. In this case, the German Sifrit may have had a similar adventure. F.R. Schroeder, admitting fairy tale influence and the presence of elements derived probably from more than one historical personages, lays stress on the mythical basis of the material. His ideas in the last analysis are based on C.G. Jung's theory of archetypes, also drawn on by Allfather. Behind Sigurd's Sifrit, Schroeder sees the divine sun in various roles. His death parallels that of a vegetation god. His slaying of the dragon parallels the destruction of a primeval chaos by the divine sun. See Indra's similar victory. Sigurd and Brynhild are, he postulates, akin to Indra and Indrani, Freyr and Freya, pairs which each represents originally single hermaphroditic divinity, son of sky god and earth goddess. Hermaphrodite through acquiring the function of both parents. This field of inquiry is certainly fruitful, but the derivation of literary motifs from archetypes does not necessarily mean that the archetypes concerned crystallized into literary form at the same time and place, or around the same hero. Moreover, the story of the historical Sigurd Sifrit murder, influenced by the archetypical pattern, could have drawn to itself the dragon slaying and later the sleeping maiden theme. It seems very probable, as suggested by F.R. Schroeder and Allfather, that the Sigurd Sifrit material is a blend of myth, history, fairy tale, and cultic ritual, though the extant texts also reveal the hand of the creative literary artist. Is the same true of the early chapters of Völsunga Saga, introductory to the Sigurd material? Sigmund may be a reflection of the Burgundian king Sigismund, who reigned from 516 to 523, and who likewise led the life of a fugitive, though the Sigmund story in Völsunga Saga parallels the fall of the Burgundians, and seems modeled on it. In both, the king sends a treacherous invitation to his brothers-in-law, who are warned by their sister, the king's unloving wife, but are overpowered, captured, and given over to a cruel death. The sister takes vengeance on her husband, their 2 sons are slain, and the hall goes up in flames. Literary influence is unmistakable. Obvious fairy tale elements are the shape-changing episodes, the leaf that restores Sinfjotli, the imperviousness to poison, the test to which Signy subjects her children, the kneading in of the serpent, the disappearance of Sinfjotli's body in the Odin's-boat. Sigmund's father, Völsung, has no historical counterpart. Mühlenhof declared the name related to the German Wahlen, i.e. choose, Völsung, Odin's chosen hero. Being destined to destroy Sigurd's family, which, though also descended from Odin, had become degenerate. This etymology is not impossible, but the link between Sigurd and Odin lacks foundation. A sounder link is that postulated between the names Völsung and Völsi, which later appears in Völsungvatr as the name of the phallic fetish, and itself probably means phallus. There are, in fact, definite traces of fertility cult in the Völsung Sigmund material. Example, the apple Sinterreer, the tree in Volsungs hall, the incest motif, the werewolf episode, and it is here that the basic substance of the Völsung Sigmund story must be sought. Völsi was probably a lesser deity closely associated with Odin in his fertility aspect, or else a hypothesis of that god. That Odin should appear instead of Völsi in Völsunga Saga as founder of the Volsungs line is thus understandable. Less understandable is the appearance of Völsung as Odin's great-grandson. The name Völsung is a patronymic, as in Völsung in Beowulf, but Völsung, son of Vers, Völsi, is Sigmund himself. It would thus seem that Siggy and Rir in Völsunga Saga are later interlopers, and that Völsi, Odin's son, was originally Sigmund, the patronymic, being later regarded in Scandinavian tradition as the name of a distinct person. The Völsung Sigmund material would therefore seem to draw on sources akin to those of the Sigurd story proper. Völsunga Saga, Part 3 of Mini. Introduction, Part 6. The immediate literary sources of Völsunga Saga and the date and place of its compilation. As mentioned earlier, Völsunga Saga is largely a prose version of certain Eddaic lays preserved in the Codex Regius. Nothing in Poetic Edda answers to Völsunga Saga, chapter 24 through 31 inclusive. For this section preserves in prose form the poems of the lost leaves of Codex Regius. Some scholars held that the whole section derives from lays. Others utterly denied this for chapters 24 and 25, while P. Völsung sought to demonstrate that not only did these two chapters never exist in lay form, being largely interpolative, along, as he thinks, with chapter 22, but that even chapter 26, 27, and 28 did not necessarily derive from lays, and also showed evidence of the latter redactor. The first section of Völsunga Saga that derives from Eddaic sources is Sigmund's marriage to Borghild and the adventures of their son, Helgi. All the preceding narrative, and that following which had no equivalent in Poetic Edda, excluding chapter 23, but including certain elements in chapters 24 through 31, derive from a no longer extant Sigurd saga, dating from circa 1200, which may itself draw on earlier lays, and in which a lesser or greater number of verses appeared. An extant saga on which Völsunga Saga draws is Thithric Saga of Bern. 3 short passages may derive from it. A. Völsunga Saga chapter 32, and had I known, through wild boar, see Bertelsen 266, 17 through 24. B. Völsunga Saga chapter 34, now everyone, through world endured, see Bertelstein 268, 9 through 17. C. Völsunga Saga chapter 35, there is no hiding the fact, through profit by this, see Bertelstein 281, 9 through 11. But such derivation is doubtful. It is hard to see why these stray passages should have been taken over, and P. Völsung suggests that they derive on both sides from the Sigurd saga. There is, however, no doubt that Sigurd's description, Völsunga Saga chapter 23, is borrowed from Thithric Saga of Bern, chapter 291. It would thus seem that Völsunga Saga must have been compiled after Thithric's Saga of Bern, which dates from 1250 to 60. In support of this, it has been argued that only the example of Thithric's Saga of Bern, compiled at the behest of Hakon Hakansson, King of Norway, 1217 through 63, could have supplied an incentive for the compilation of Völsunga Saga, which also provides, in the person of Odin, divine descent for Hakon, whose ancestor Ragnar Lothbrok, in the saga bearing his name, marries Aslog, Sigurd's daughter, by Brynhild, and Völsunga Saga is not extant except as a prelude to Ragnar's saga. Moreover, it is argued Völsunga Saga is based on Codex Regius, which is usually assigned a date somewhat later than Thithric's Saga of Bern. These arguments are not convincing. Firstly, P. Völsung argues that chapter 23 is the work of the interpolator. If so, the date of Thithric's Saga of Bern is not significant. Secondly, that an incentive should have been necessary for expanding the Sigurd saga with Eddaic material is hard to see. Thirdly, it seems likely that Aslog did not appear in the original Völsunga Saga, but was deliberately introduced to link Völsunga Saga with Ragnar's Saga. Lastly, not Corexology itself, but an earlier, no longer extant, of the relevant declays was very likely the compiler's source. All that can be said with any certainty is that Völsunga Saga was written between circa 1200 and circa 1270, that it was linked to Ragnar's Saga, and that the redactor interpolated certain material. There are certain Norwegian elements amidst the predominantly Icelandic text of our oldest of Völsunga Saga, which has been thought to indicate that a Norwegian exemplar was used by an Icelandic scribe, and Im Olsen suggested the Völsunga Saga might have originally been Norwegian, though he admitted that the Norwegian elements could have crept in through the copying of an Icelandic manuscript by Norwegian scribes. There seems little need to postulate an origin other than Icelandic. Introduction, Part 7. The Manuscripts. There is only one vellum manuscript extant, dating from circa 1400, located in the Royal Library, Copenhagen. There is also a number of paper manuscripts dating from the 17th to the 19th century, which have no independent value since they ultimately derive from the vellum manuscript. This is shown by the fact that they not only in general follow the vellum manuscript closely, but that for some of the passages where the vellum manuscript is now illegible or only partially legible, they substitute a form of words that could only be due to the failure of an early copyist to read those selfsame passages. There are also differences between Codex Regius and vellum manuscript, where the paper manuscripts agree with vellum manuscript. The condition of the vellum manuscript has deteriorated since M. Olsen's excellent diplomatic edition. His readings for words then legible but now illegible are adopted in this edition, but illegibility being recorded in the textual notes. Some pages have suffered badly, the worst being folio 1F, which Olsen found illegible in parts, and which is now totally undecipherable. Examination under ultraviolet light and infrared photography have proved unavailing. The text in this edition is in normalized spelling. Imitations other than those of minor scribal vagaries are indicated in the textual notes, as are the more important differences in Bug's text. Editions of Völsunga Saga. Völsunga Saga has previously been edited by E.J. Björner, 1737, F.H. Vanderhagen, 1814, C.C. Raffen, 1829, S. Bug, 1865, E. Virken, 1877 and 1912, W. Ranish, 1891 and 1908, T. Hanas, 1907, Ilm Olsen, 1906 to 8, Gudrun Jonsson, 1943 to 44, Gudrun Jonsson, 1950. Previous English translations of Völsunga Saga. There have been two, the first by William Morris and Eirikr Magnusson, first published in London in 1870, and recently reissued by Collier Books, New York, with an introduction by R.W. Gutman. The second by M. Schlauch, published in 1930, second edition 1949. Professor Schlauch criticizes the heavily archaistic style of the Morris Magnusson translation, but nonetheless aims at a somewhat archaic style on the grounds that, even to the saga man, it was a tale of remote, ancient days of gods and demigods and half-mythical kings. It was. But there can be little doubt the legendary heroes were as real to the people of the medieval North as those of the more immediate past, and the compiler of Völsunga Saga aims at presenting his poetic material in a straightforward saga style and language. The present translation attempts to provide an English version as free as possible from unnecessary archaisms. In the translation of the verses, no sort of claim is made for any close approximation to the original alliterative meters or to the poetic qualities of the Icelandic. Völsunga Saga, Part 4 of Many. Chapter 1. The tale begins here and tells of a man called Signy, who is said to be the son of Odin. Another man features in the story, and his name was Skadi. He was powerful and important, but even so, Signy was the more powerful of the two, and the higher born, as people said at the time. Skadi had a thrall who must be mentioned in the story. His name was Bredi. He was more efficient in the duties he was given to perform. In his accomplishments and ability, he was as good as people who counted for more than he did, and better than some. You must now hear how Signy once went out after deer with this serf, and they hunted on through the day into the late afternoon. When they then brought together the deer they had slain, Bredi had accounted for both more and larger than Signy had, and he took this very badly indeed. He said he was astonished that a serf could be better at hunting deer than he was, and with that he attacked and killed him, afterwards burying the body in a snowdrift. That evening he returned home and said that Bredi had ridden off into the woods. I soon lost sight of him, and I don't know what's become of him. Skadi was suspicious of Signy's story, and guessed that there had probably been foul play, and that Signy had really killed him. He got together a party to search for him, and their search ended with their finding him in the snowdrift. Skadi said he would call it Bredi's Drift from then on, and people have kept this ever since, and every big drift is called by that name. It was then quite clear that Signy had murdered the serf and hidden his body. He was forthwith declared an outlaw, and so could not remain at home with his father. Odin now went with him when he left the country, and accompanied him for a remarkably long way, not giving up until he had brought him to several fighting ships. Signy now embarked on freebooting expeditions with the force his father had secured for him before they parted. He was successful in his raids, and his affairs so progressed that he managed to carve out land for himself, and eventually a kingdom. Next he made an important match, and became a powerful and important king, ruling over the land of the Huns, and he was a truly great warrior. By his wife he had a son called Rurir. He was brought up there with his father, and soon grew into a tall and able lad. And now Signy had grown old in years. There were many who were jealous of him, and so in the end those whom he trusted most, his brothers-in-law, plotted against him. They turned on him when he was least expecting anything, having only a few men there with him, and they got the better of him, and Signy and all his followers were killed in the fights. His son Rurir was away at the time of danger, and he gathered a strong force of friends and influential nobles, with the result that he took over the domains and the royal power and succession to his father Signy. Now, when he thought that he had found his feet in his kingdom, he remembered his grievances against the uncles who had killed his father. And so the king got together a powerful army and immediately marched with it against these kinsmen of his. And if he set but little store by the ties of kinship between them, they, after all, seemed to have been the first to do him wrong. And that is how he acted, for he did not rest until he had killed all his father's murderers, though from every point of view it was a bad business. And now he took over lands, authority, and wealth, and became a man of greater consequence than his father had been. Rurir now acquired a great deal of plunder through his raids, and married a woman who seemed likely to make him a suitable wife. And they lived together for a very long time, but had no heir, nor any child at all. Neither was at all happy about this, and they earnestly prayed to the gods to let them have a child. And we are next told how Frigg heard their prayers and spoke to Odin about their request. He was not at a loss what to do, and fetched a Valkyrie of his, the daughter of Hrimnir the giant, put an apple in her hand, and told her to take it to the king. She seized the apple, assumed the form of a crow, and flew until she came to where the king was sitting on a hoe. She dropped the apple in the king's lap. He picked the apple up and guessed what it was all about. Then he left the hoe and went back to his men, had a talk with the queen, and ate part of the apple. Chapter 2. You must now hear how the queen soon found that she was going to have a child, but her condition continued for a very long time without her being able to give birth to the child. Then Rurir found it necessary to set off on a campaign, quite the usual thing for a king to do, in order to keep his country peaceful. As it happened, Rurir was taken ill on the expedition, and died soon after. He meant to join Odin, and many people in those days thought this a good thing to do. The queen's morbid condition, her inability to give birth to the child, remained unchanged, and after 6 years she was still not free of it. She then realized that she had not long to live, and thereupon ordered that the child should be cut out of her, and that was what she ordered was done. It was a boy, and as might be expected, the lad was a fair size when he was delivered. People say that the boy kissed his mother before she died. A name was now given to him, and he was called Völsung. He succeeded his father as the king of Hunland. From an early age, he was big and strong, and ready for anything that seemed to need grit and courage. He grew into a most able soldier, and luck was on his side in the battles he fought while campaigning. Now when he reached manhood, Hrimnir sent his daughter Heliod to him. She was already been mentioned as bringing the apple to Rurir, Völsung's father. He now married her. They lived together a long time, and their marriage was a happy one. They had 10 sons and 1 daughter. Their eldest son was called Sigmund, and their daughter Signy. They were twins, and in every way the best looking and most remarkable of King Völsung's children, though indeed all of them were outstanding, a fact long recognized, just as the Volsungs have been long been famed for their autocratic inflexibility of purpose, and for being far ahead of most people, as old stories tell, in knowledge, attainments, and in enterprise generally. The tale goes that King Volsung had a magnificent hall built, and in such a way that there was a great tree standing inside, its branches with their colorful flowers spreading out through the roof, while its trunk stretched down into the hall, and they called it Barnstock. Chapter 3. There was a king whose name was Sigurd. He ruled over Gautland, and was a powerful king with a large band of followers. He paid a visit to King Völsung and asked him for Signy's hand in marriage. The king was favorably disposed to the idea, as were his sons, but she herself was against it, though she asked her father to decide about this as he did about other matters concerning her. And the king thought it advisable for her to be married, and she was betrothed to King Sigurd. And when the time came for the marriage feast and the wedding, Sigurd was to go to King Volsungs for the festivities. The king made preparations for a splendid feast, and when all was in readiness for the feast, both King Volsungs and King Sigurd's guests arrived on the appointed day, and King Sigurd had many people of note with him. It is said that big fires were lighted down the length of the hall, and as was mentioned before, the great apple tree stood there in the middle of the hall. Now the story goes that while the men were sitting around the fires in the evening, a man came into the hall. It was a man whose appearance was unfamiliar. This is how he was dressed. He had on a mottled cape, he was barefooted, and had bound his linen breeches round the leg. The man held a sword in his hand, and went up to Barnstock, and had a low hood over his head. He was very grey and venerable, and had but one eye. He drew back the sword, and plunged it into the trunk, so the sword sank up to the hilt. No one was able to utter a word of welcome to the man. Then he started to speak, and these were his words. The man to pull out this sword from the trunk shall receive it from me as a gift, and he will find out for himself that he never bore in a hand a better sword than this. After that, the old man went out of the hall, and no one knew who he was or where he was going. They now got up, and no one hung back in taking hold of the sword. He counted himself best off who got it out first. Then the most notable among them went up first, and afterwards the others, one by one. And not one who went up succeeded, for when they took hold, the sword would not budge. Then Sigmund, the son of King Völsung, came up, gripped the sword, and pulled it out of the trunk, as if he found it quite loose. He seemed to everyone such an excellent weapon, that no one thought he had ever seen such a fine sword, and Sigurd offered to weigh him out 3 times its weight of gold. "You could have taken it from where it was fixed as easily as I did, if it was all right for you to bear it," replied Sigmund. "But as it is, my hand was the first it came to, and you'll never get it, even if you offer all the gold you possess for it." King Sigurd grew angry at these words, and considered that he had been given an insolent answer. But since he was a great dissembler, he now made as if he didn't mind about this matter. Yet that very evening he thought of how he could pay him back, and that is what later came about. Völsunga Saga, Part 4 of Many. Chapter 4. That night, as we are told, Sigurd slept with Signy. The next day the weather was fine, so King Sigurd said that he would return home and not wait for the wind to rise and make the sea impassable. The story does not say that King Völsung dissuaded him, nor that his sons did so, especially when he saw that Sigurd wanted only to be off and to leave the wedding festivities. Signy now spoke to her father. I don't want to go away with Sigurd, nor do I feel at all warmly towards him. And my gift of second sight, which runs in the family, tells me that this business will result in a great deal of misery for us, unless this marriage is speedily annulled. You must not speak like that, daughter, he said, because it would be most shameful for him and for us to make void the agreement with him without just cause, and if it is annulled, that we can neither trust him nor keep his friendship, and that he will pay us back as best he can, and only proper thing to do is for us to keep our part of the bargain. King Sigurd now made ready for the journey home, but before they left the scene of their wedding, he invited his father-in-law, King Völsung, to visit him in Gautland in 3 months' time, accompanied by all his sons and by as many men as he desired, and as would befit the state. In this way, King Sigurd wanted to make up for his lack of courtesy at the wedding celebrations, in not wishing to stay for more than one night, which was not at all the usual way for anyone to behave. King Völsung then promised to make the journey and arrive on the appointed day. Then son-in-law and father-in-law parted, and Sigurd returned home with his wife. Chapter 5. At the appointed time, so the story tells us, King Völsung and his sons set off for Gautland, in compliance with their in-law Sigurd's request. They put off from the land in 3 ships, all well manned, had a very good voyage, and got their ships to Gautland, arriving in the late evening. That same evening, Signy, King Völsung's daughter, came to ask her father and her brothers to have a private talk with her. She then said that in her opinion, it was also King Sigurd's own. Sigurd had got together a large force that was invincible, and he means to break faith with you, so I beg you, she said, to get back to your own country immediately. Get hold of as large a group of men as you can, then return and get revenge, rather than walk into this trap, for you'll find no lack of treachery in him, if you don't adopt the plan I desire you to. Then King Volsungs said, All nations will make a byword of it, seeing that while yet unborn I spoke one word, and swore an oath that fear would make me run from neither fire nor iron. Up to this moment I have acted accordingly, and why should I not keep it in old age? And when the games are on, there'll be no young woman pointing a finger at my sons for fearing to meet death, for everybody must die sometime. There is no escape from dying the once. And my decision is that we do not run, and let us act on part as bravely as we can. I have fought on 100 occasions. Sometimes I had a bigger force, and sometimes it's been smaller, but I've always been the victor, and there'll be no report of my running away or of my suing for peace. Then Signy wept bitterly and begged not to have to go back to King Sigurd. Of course you must go back to your husband, King Völsung replied, and stay with him whatever happens to us. So Signy went back, and they stayed where they were that night. But at daybreak the next morning, King Völsung ordered all his men to get up, go ashore, and prepare for action. So they all went ashore, fully armed, and there was not long to wait before King Sigurd came up with the whole of his army. The battle that now ensued between them was very fierce. The king hotly urged on his men to attack, and we are told that King Völsung and his sons went right through the enemy ranks 8 times that day, slashing right and left, and just as they were about to do so again, King Völsung fell in the middle of his line, and so too all his men, except his 10 sons with him, for they were faced by a superior force, far greater than they could stand against. All his sons were taken prisoner, bound, and marched off. Signy discovered that her father had been killed, and her brothers captured and sentenced to death. She then asked King Sigurd for a word in private, and Signy then said, "I want to ask you not to have my brothers executed so swiftly. Have them put in the stocks instead. There's a saying that fits my case. Happy the eye that gazes its fill. But I'm not asking for them to be given any longer, since I imagine it would be useless." "You must be quiet, out of your mind, to ask a worse fate for your brothers than being instantly put to the sword," answered Sigurd. "But I'll do as you ask, for the more they suffer and the slower they die, the better I like it." He then had what she desired carried out, and a large pair of stocks were fetched, and at a certain spot in the forest the 10 brothers had their legs clamped in, and there they sat all day, and night came on. And at midnight an old she-wolf came out from the forest to where they were sitting in the stocks. She was large and evil-looking. What she did was to bite one of them to death, thereupon devour him, and then go away. The following morning Signy sent out her most trusted man to her brothers to find out what had happened, and when he came back he told her that one of them was dead. She thought it would be terrible if they were all to go the same way, yet she could do nothing to help. What happened is soon told. On 9 successive nights that same wolf appeared at midnight, and each time she killed and ate one of them until all were dead, and Sigmund alone remained. And now, before the 10th night came, Signy sent her trusted servant to her brother Sigmund. She had handed him some honey with instructions to smear it over Sigmund's face and to put some of it in his mouth. He now went off to Sigmund, did what he'd been told to do, and so returned. That night the same wolf came as usual, intending to bite him to death as she had his brothers. But then she sniffed the honey that had been smeared on him, and she licked his face all over with her tongue, and then thrust her tongue into his mouth. He took heart and bit the wolf's tongue, as she gave a violent jerk and sprang backwards, pressing hard with her paws against the stalks, which as a result split apart. But he held so firmly that the wolf's tongue was torn out by the roots, and that finished her. And some people have it that the wolf was King Sigurd's mother, who had assumed the shape on account of witchcraft and magic. Chapter 6. So Sigmund was freed, and the stocks were broken, but he stayed on in the woods. Signy sent again to find out what had happened, and whether Sigmund was alive. And when they arrived, he told them all the details of his encounter with the wolf. Then they returned and told Signy what had taken place. So she went and found her brother, and they decided that he should build an underground retreat in the woods. And what now happened for a time was that Signy hid him there and provided him with everything he needed. And King Sigurd imagined that all the Volsungs were dead. King Sigurd had 2 sons by his wife, and we are told that when the elder son was 10 years old, Signy sent him off to find Sigmund so that he could help him, should he wish to make any attempt to avenge his father. So the boy made his way to the forest, and late in the evening he came to Sigmund's retreat, where he was given a terrible welcome, and told that he could make bread for them both. "And I'll go and look for firewood." And handing him a bag of flour, Sigmund himself went to look for the wood. And when he came back, the lad had still done nothing about making the bread. Then Sigmund asked whether the bread was ready. "I didn't dare touch the bag," he replied, "because there was something alive in the flour." Then Sigmund thought to himself that he could see that the lad was not so plucky that he'd want to keep him there. The next time Sigmund and his sister met, he said he seemed no nearer to getting a man, even though the boy was staying with him. "Then seize and kill him," said Signy. "There's no need for him to live any longer." And that's what he did. The winter passed, and the next winter Signy sent the younger son to stay with Sigmund. But there's no need to make a longer story of it, as the upshot was much the same. He killed the boy at Signy's bidding. Völsunga Saga, Part 6 of Many, Chapter 7. The next thing to be told is how Signy was sitting one day in her private quarters when a sorceress, highly skilled in magic arts, came to her there. Then Signy spoke to her. "I would like the two of us to exchange shapes," she said. "What you desire shall be done," the sorceress replied. And then by her arts she brought about exchange of appearances, and after that the sorceress took Signy's place, as she was told to do. That night she slept with the king, and he didn't notice that it wasn't Signy who was with him. Signy, we are told, went to her brother's retreat and asked him to give her shelter for the night. "For I am lost here in the forest, and I don't know where I'm going." He said she could stay there, and that he would not refuse her shelter, all alone as she was, and he felt that she would not repay his hospitality by giving him away. So she joined him in the shelter, and they sat down to a meal. He often glanced at her, and she appeared to be a good-looking and attractive woman. And when they were satisfied, he told her that he wanted them to sleep together that night. She made no objection, and for 3 nights in succession he laid her next to him. Afterwards she went back and found the sorceress, told her that they must now change back to their own shapes again, and the woman saw to it. And after some time has passed, Signy gave birth to a son. The boy was called Sinfjotli, and when he grew older he was tall, strong, and handsome, and took after the Volsungs family very markedly, and he was scarcely 10 years old when she sent him to join Sigmund in his retreat. Before sending her first 2 sons to Sigmund, she had submitted them to the following test. She sewed their tunics onto their arms, stitching through skin and flesh. They stood up to it badly and screamed as it was being done. She did the same to Sinfjotli. He did not flinch. Then she stripped the tunic from him so that the skin came off with the sleeves, and said that this would hurt him. No Völsung would think much of a pain like that, was the reply, and so the lad came to Sigmund. Sigmund then took him to use their flour to make dough, saying that he would go and look for firewood for them, and handed him a sack. He then went to fetch the wood, and when he came back, Sinfjotli had finished baking. Then Sigmund asked if he had found anything in the flower. I'm not at all sure that there wasn't something alive in the flower when I first started eating, he said, but I needed in whatever was there. Sigmund laughed and said, I don't think you'll eat any of this bread tonight, for you've kneaded in a huge poisonous snake. Sigmund was so hardy that he could take poison and had come to no harm. But though Sinfjotli was able to stand outward contact with poison, he could neither eat nor drink it. Chapter 8. The story now tells how Sigmund thought Sinfjotli too young to go with him in search of vengeance, and decided he would first gain him experience in something that called for grit and determination. For some summers, they roved far and wide through the forest and killed people for plunder. Sigmund thought that he took after the Volsungs, and markedly so, but he believed him to be King Sigurd's son with his father's evil inclinations, even if he did have the keenness and energy of the Volsungs. Although he did not imagine he felt very attached to his family, for he often reminded Sigmund of his wrongs and kept urging him to kill King Sigurd. Now one day they went again in the forest in order to find themselves riches, and they came to a cabin, and in the cabin there were two men asleep, wearing heavy gold rings. An evil fate had overtaken them, for there were wolf skins hanging above them in the cabin. They could shed the skins once every 10 days. They were princes. Sigmund and Sinfjotli got into the skins, and could not get out of them again. The strange power was there, just as before, and they even howled like wolves, both understanding what was being said. They now went off into the woods, each of them his own way, but they made an arrangement that they would risk it against up to 7 men, but not against more, and if one of them should meet with trouble, then he was to howl. And let's keep to that, said Sigmund. Both you are a young, daredevil people, will think it grand to hunt down. Then they each went off on their own, and after they had separated, Sigmund came across 7 men, and howled with his wolf's voice. Sinfjotli heard it, was immediately on the spot, and killed all of them. They separated once more, and before Sinfjotli had been roving about the forest very long, he encountered 11 men, and fought with them, and the result was that he killed them all. He too was badly hurt, got under an oak, and rested there. Then Sigmund came up and said, Why didn't you call out? I didn't want to call on you for help, said Sinfjotli. You were given help in killing 7 men, yet I'm no more than a child compared with you. And I didn't call for help to kill 11. Sigmund went for him so violently that he staggered and fell. Sigmund bit him in the throat. That day they were unable to shed the wolfskins. Sigmund then hoisted him over his shoulder and carried him back to the hut, and watched over him, and wished the wolfskins to the devil. One day Sigmund chanced to see 2 weasels, and one bit the other in the throat, then ran to the woods and fetched a leaf, and laid it on the wound, and the weasel leapt up well again. Sigmund went out and saw a raven flying with a leaf that it brought to him. This he threw across Sinfjotli's wound, and he immediately jumped up, quite recovered, just as if he had never been hurt. After that, they went to their underground lair and stayed there until they could throw off the wolf skins. They seized them and fed them to the flames, saying they should trouble no one again. While under the curse, they had carried out many daring exploits in King Sigurd's territory. And by the time Sinfjotli had grown up, Sigmund believed that he tested him thoroughly. And it wasn't long before Sigmund wished to set about avenging his father, if only it could be done. So one day they left the forest retreat, coming to King Sigurd's estate late in the afternoon, and they went into the outer room at the front of the hall. Inside there were some ale barrels, and they hid themselves there. Now the queen got to know where they were and wanted to go and see them, and when they met, they decided that they would attempt to avenge their father after nightfall. Signy and the king had 2 children of tender years. They were amusing themselves on the floor with golden playthings, bowling them along the hall floor and running after them. And a gold ring rolled out into the room where Sigmund and his companion were, and the lad ran after the ring to look for it. And then he spied 2 tall, fierce-looking men sitting there, wearing helmets which came down low over their faces, and shining coats of mail. Then he ran back into the hall to his father and told him what he had seen. So the king suspected that there must be treachery afoot. Now Signy heard what they said. She stood up, took both children, and went into the outer room to them, and said that they ought to know that the children had given them away. And I think you had better kill them. I'll kill not your children, even if they had given me away, said Sigmund. But Sinfjotli was nothing daunted. He drew his sword and killed both the children, throwing them into the inner part of the hall, right in front of King Sigurd. Then the king stood up and called out to his retainers to seize the men who had been hiding in the outer room throughout the evening. So some of his men ran to the outer room, intending to lay hands on them. But they put up an able and courageous defense, and for a long time the man who felt he was the worst off was the one nearest them. But in the end they were overpowered, seized, and bound and shackled, and there they sat all the night. Meantime, the king pondered what would be the slowest way he knew of putting them to death. And when morning came, the king had a huge burial mound made out of stones and turf. And when the mound was ready, he had a great stone slab fixed in the middle, in such a way that one end of the slab pointed up and the other down. It was big enough to reach right across from side to side, so that it was impossible to get around it. Then he had Sigmund and Sinfjotli brought out and put inside the mound, one on each side by himself, for he thought it would be worse for them if they were not both together, but could none the less hear each other. And while they were busy covering over the mound with turf, Signy came up with an armful of straw. She threw it into the mound to Sinfjotli and told the serfs to conceal this from the king. They said they would do so, and then the mound was closed in. Now, when it began to grow dark, Sinfjotli said to Sigmund, I don't think we'll go short for food in here for a time. The queen threw down some pork into the mound. She wrapped it up in straw. Once more he felt the pork over and discovered that Sigmund's sword had been thrust into it. He recognized it by the hilt, for it was dark in the mound, and he told Sigmund. They were both overjoyed. Then Sinfjotli thrust the point of the sword up over the stone slab and pulled down hard. The sword bit into the stone. Sigmund now took hold of the sword point, and then they sawed through the stone, not giving up until the sawing was complete. As the poet says, they cut with might the massive slab, Sigmund with his blade and Sinfjotli. So both were now free together in the mound, and they sawed through the stones and iron too, and in this way they got out of the mound. They went back to the hall where everyone was asleep. They brought up wood to the hall and set fire to the wood, and those inside were awakened by smoke, and the hall all ablaze above them. The king asked who had started the fire. "Here we are, myself and Sinfjotli, my sister's son," said Sigmund. "And now we intend you to know that not all the Volsungs are dead." He told his sister to come out and receive from him every consideration and high esteem, meaning in this way to make up for what she had suffered. "You'll know now whether or not I've remembered King Sigurd's killing of King Völsung against him," she answered. "And I had our children killed when they seemed to me all too tardy in avenging our father. And in the shape of some sorceress, I came to you in the forest, and Sinfjotli is your son and mine. His immense vigor comes from being King Volsung's grandson on his father's as well as his mother's side. Everything I have done has been to bring about King Sigurd's death, and I have done so much to achieve vengeance that to go on living is out of the question. I shall now gladly die with King Sigurd, reluctant that I was to marry him." Then she kissed her brother Sigmund and Sinfjotli, and walking into the inferno, she bade them farewell. And thereupon she perished there, with King Sigurd and all his men. The two kinsmen got together a following, and ships, and Sigmund set off for his ancestral lands, and he drove from the country the king who had established himself there in succession to King Völsung. Sigmund now became a powerful king, and was famous, intelligent, and ambitious. He married a woman whose name was Borghild, and they had 2 sons. Helgi was one, and Hamund the other. And when Helgi was born, the Norns appeared, and they granted him knowledge of his destiny, saying that of all kings, he would be the most famous. Sigmund had just returned from battle, and taking with him some garlic, he went to see his son, and thereupon gave him the name of Helgi, and his gifts for the occasion were ringstader and sorfel and a sword, and he told him he must go on in life and be a real Völsung. He grew into a noble-minded and well-loved man, and his talents in every field outstripped those of most others. It is told that he went raiding when he was 15 years old. Helgi was in charge of the troops, but Sinfjotli was put in with him, and they shared the command between them. Völsunga Saga, Part 7 of many. Chapter 9. We are now told that while on a raiding expedition, Helgi came across a king whose name was Hunding. He was a powerful king with men at his command and lands under his sway. Battle ensued between them, and Helgi pressed on vigorously, and the battle ended with Helgi victorious, King Hunding falling with a large part of his following. So Helgi was held to have greatly increased his fame by the killing of such a powerful king. Hunding's sons then called out an army against Helgi, meaning to avenge their father. They had a violent battle, and Helgi fought his way through the brothers' serried ranks and made for the standards of King Hunding's sons. Of these sons he struck down the following: Alf, Eyjolf, Hervard, and Hagbard, and in this he won an outstanding victory. And on his way from the battle, Helgi met a large party of women near a forest. Their appearance was impressive, but there was one who stood out among them all. They were riding along magnificently arrayed. Helgi asked the woman who was leading them what her name was, and she said she was called Sigrun, and that she was the daughter of King Hogni. "Come home with us and welcome," said Helgi. "Drinking with you is not the business we have ahead of us," said the princess then. "What is that, princess?" was Helgi's answer. "King Hogni," she replied, "has promised me in marriage to Hodbrod, King Granmar's son, but I have vowed to have him no more than I've had a fledgling crow as a husband. But it was none the less come to that, unless you stop him and come against him with an army and take me away, for there is no king I would rather make a home with than with you." "Take heart, princess," he said. "We shall try out our courage rather than have you married to him, and we shall first prove which of us shall prevail against the other, and I pledge my life to this." And then Helgi dispatched men with gifts of money to invite people to join him, and he made Radabjörg the assembly point for the whole force. There Helgi waited until a large body of men joined him from head and sea. And then there joined him a great number from Norvesund with fine large ships. King Helgi summoned a ship's captain, his name was Leif, and asked if he had counted their numbers, and he replied, "It's not easy to count them, sir. On the ships come from Norvesund there are 12,000 men, but the other force is far greater." King Helgi then ordered them to turn to the firth called Vernsfjord, and they did so. And then a heavy storm hit them, and the sea was so high that when the waves roared against the sides of the ship, it sounded just as if boulders were being clashed together. Helgi then told them not to be afraid, and not to strike sail, but instead to hoist each of them higher than before. They were then on the verge of foundering before they could make land. Then Sigrun, King Hogni's daughter, came down to the shore with a large party, and directed them to a good harbour called Gnipalund. The inhabitants of that region saw what was happening, and down to the shore came King Hodbrod's brother, who governed the district known as Svarinsbog. He called to them and asked them who was in command of that large force. Sinfjotli stood up, and on his head was a helmet that shone like glass, and he wore a coat of mail as dazzling as snow. A spear with a fine pennant was in his hand, and before him he held a shield inlaid with gold. He knew how to parley with kings. "Say this when you have fed your pigs and dogs, and you meet your wife. The Völsungs are here, and King Helgi can be found here with his troops. If Hodbrod wants to find him, and it is his pleasure to fight with glory, while you kiss your serving goals by the fire." "You don't seem able to say anything very honourable, or talk of old memories. You who tell lies about men of rank," answered Granmar. "It is probably truer to say that you have long fed on roof's fare out in the forests, and have killed your brothers, and it is extraordinary that you, who have sucked the blood of many a cold corpse, should dare to come in an army with decent men. You probably won't now remember clearly the time you were the Sibyl on Verensea," answered Sinfjotli, "and declared you desired a mate, and chose me for this office of husband. And later on you were a Valkyrie in Asgard, and they were all on the point of fighting because of you. And in Laganess I begot 9 wolves on you, and I was the father of them all.
You're a great hand at lying, answered Granmar. I don't think you could be anyone's father, since you were castrated by the giant's daughter at Thrasness, and you are King Sigurd's stepson. And you roamed abroad with wolves in the forest, and every stroke of evil fate descended on you at once. You killed your brothers, and got yourself an evil name. Do you remember the time you were the mare with the steed Grani? Sinfjotli answered, and I rode you at full gallop on Bravor. Later, you were the giant Gungnir's goatherd. I would rather feed birds on your carcass than wrangle with you any longer, said Granmar. It would be better for you both and a more sensible plan to fight, said King Helgi then, rather than say things that are shameful to hear. And Granmar's sons are no friend of mine, hearty men though they are. Granmar now rode away to a meeting with King Hodbrod at a place called Solfell. The names of their horses were Svepud and Svegjud. They met at the castle gate, and he was told of the enemy's approach. King Hodbrod was clad in mail, and a helmet was on his head. He asked who they were. And why are you looking so angry? The Volsungs are here with 12,000 men, just offshore, and 7,000 on the island of Sok, said Granmar. But their largest force is off Grindir, so I think Helgi probably means to fight. Then let us send a summons throughout all our kingdom, said the king, and march against them. No staying at home for those who wish to fight. Let us send a word to Hring's sons, and to King Hogni, and to Alf the Old. They are great warriors. They met at a place called Frekastein, and there a fierce battle began. Helgi pressed forward through the enemy ranks. Casualties became heavy there. They saw a large party of warrior maids. It was like gazing into flame. Sigrun, the king's daughter, was there. King Helgi made at King Hodbrod and struck him down beneath his banners. My thanks for this great feat, said Sigrun then. The lands will now change hands. This is a happy day for me, and from this you will win honor and renown, striking down so powerful a king. King Helgi took over the kingdom and lived there long. He married Sigrun, becoming a renowned and distinguished king, but he does not appear again in this saga. Chapter 10. So the Völsungs returned home, and one more they had considerably added to their reputation. Sinfjotli went off raiding again. He saw a good-looking woman and desired her very much. The brother of Borghild, King Sigmund's wife, was also seeking this woman's hand in marriage. They fought a battle over their differences, and Sinfjotli struck down the king concerned. He now went raiding over a wide area, fought many battles, and was always victorious. He became a most famous and distinguished man, and returned home that autumn with a large number of ships, and wealth in plenty. He told his father the news, and his father told the queen. She ordered Sinfjotli to leave the realm, and said that she had no wish to see him. Sigmund declared he would not allow him to leave, and offered to compensate her with gold and great riches, though previously he had never paid compensation to anyone. He said there was no distinction to be won in choosing a quarrel with a woman, so she was not able to get her own way in the matter. Yours must be the decision, sire. That is only proper, she said. Then, with the king's consent, she set about the arrangements for her brother's funeral feast, providing the best of food and drink, and she invited many important men to it. Borghild carried the drink round to the men. She came to Sinfjotli with a large drinking horn and said, Now drink, stepson. He took the horn, peered in, and said, "The drink is cloudy." "Give it to me then," said Sigmund. He drank it off. "Why should other people drink ale for you?" said the queen. She came a second time with the horn. "Drink now," she said, and roundly jeered at him. He grasped the horn and said, "This drink has been tampered with." "Give it to me then," said Sigmund. She came a third time, and told him to drain the horn if he had the courage of the Volsungs. Sinfjotli grasped the horn and said, "This drink has been poisoned." "Strain it through your mustache, my son," exclaimed Sigmund in reply. The king was very drunk at the time, and that is why he spoke as he did. Sinfjotli drank and immediately collapsed. Sigmund rose to his feet, almost succumbing in grief, and he took the body in his arms and went to the forest, and eventually came to a firth. There he saw a man in a small boat. The man asked if he wanted to ferry it across the firth. He said he did. The boat was so small that it would not hold them, and the body was taken first. Sigmund walking alongside the firth. The next instant the ship vanished from sight, and with it the man. After this Sigmund returned home, and he now banished the queen, who soon afterwards died. King Sigmund now ruled his kingdom as before, and he thought of as the greatest and most valiant king in heathen times. Völsunga Saga, Part 8 of Many. Chapter 11. There was a powerful and famous king named Arlemi. His daughter's name was Hjördis. She was the best-looking and most intelligent woman there was, and King Sigmund heard that she and none other would suit him. Sigmund now set out to visit King Arlemi, who prepared a great feast to welcome him, if his journey there was without hostile intent. Messages now passed between them to the effect that they came in friendship and did not mean war. The feast was supplied with the best of everything, and a large number of people was there. Markets were provided for King Sigmund all along the route, and other amenities to help him on his journey. Thus they arrived at the feast, and the two kings shared the same hall. King Lingvi, King Hunding's son, had also appeared, and he too would have liked to have King Arlemi as a father-in-law. He didn't imagine their mission would end in the same way for both of them, and he rather thought that the one who failed would very likely make trouble. Then said the king to his daughter, "You are an intelligent woman, and I said that you would choose your own husband. So choose between the two kings, and your decision in the matter will be mine too." "I don't find this easy," she replied, "but I'll choose the king who has the highest renown, and that is King Sigmund, even though he is well on in years." So it was to him she was given, and King Lingvi went away. Sigmund married, taking Hjördis as his wife. Every day they were feasted better, and with more zest than the day before. Afterwards, King Sigmund returned to Hunland, and King Arlemi, his father-in-law, with him, and he saw to his kingdom. But now King Lingvi and his brothers gathered an army about them, and moved against King Sigmund, for they had always had the worst of it, but this was the last straw. They now meant to dampen the ardor of the Volsungs. So they arrived in Hunland, and sent word to King Sigmund, not wishing to take him by surprise, and being confident that he wouldn't run from them. King Sigmund said that he would give battle. He gathered together an army, and Hjördis was driven over to the woods, accompanied by a bondwoman, and a large amount of treasure went with them. She was there throughout the fighting. The Vikings leaped from their ships in overwhelming numbers. King Sigmund and Eylimi raised their standards, and the trumpets were sounded. And then Sigmund blew the horn that had been his father's, and urged on his men. Sigmund's force was smaller by far. Now a fierce battle began there, and Sigmund, old as he was, fought savagely, and he was always in the forefront of his men. Neither shield nor coat of mail could stand against him, and on that day he constantly pierced clean through the ranks of the enemies, and no one could see how the fight between them would turn out. Numerous spears hurtled through the air, and arrows too, but his Norns looked after him, so he remained unscathed, and no one kept account of the men who fell before him. Both his arms were bloody to the shoulders. Now when the battle had gone on for some time, a man who had on a black cloak and a hat coming down low over his face entered the fray. He had but one eye, and in his hand he held a spear. The man advanced towards King Sigmund, raising his spear to bar his way. And when King Sigmund struck fiercely, his sword hit against the spear and snapped in two. After this, the balance of the casualties shifted. King Sigmund's good luck had turned, and his losses were heavy. The king gave no thought for himself, and he urged on his men haughtily. The saying that numbers count was now an apt one. Chapter 12. In this battle, King Sigmund fell, as did his father-in-law, King Eylimi, at the head of his troops, along with the best part of his force. King Lingvi then paid a visit to the royal residence, and expecting to find and seize the king's daughter, but in this he was thwarted. He found neither woman nor treasure there. Then he went through the country and shared out the land among his men. He now thought that he had wiped out the whole Völsung family, so that he supposed that from then on there would be no cause for alarm. The night after the battle, Hjördis went out to the men who had fallen, came to the spot where King Sigmund was lying, and asked if he could be made well again. "Many have recovered when there was little hope," he answered. "But my good luck has turned, and so I do not wish to be made well. Odin does not want me to draw sword, for now it lies broken. I have fought battles while it was his pleasure." "I should think," she said, "that nothing would be lacking if you were made well and avenged my father." "That is left for others," said the king. "You're with child, a boy. Give him a good and careful upbringing. The boy shall be famous and the foremost of our house. Look after the pieces of the sword as well. A fine sword can be made from them. It will be called Gram, and our son will bear it and perform many great deeds with it, deeds which shall never be forgotten, and his name shall live as long as the world endures. Now be content with that. But my wounds are troubling me, and I shall now go to join our kinsmen who have gone before." Then Hjördis watched over him until he died, and then dawn came. She saw that a good many ships had put into shore. "We'll exchange clothes," she said to the bondwoman, "and you call yourself by my name, and say you are the king's daughter." And this is what they did. The Vikings saw the carnage, and also saw the woman making for the woods. and they realized that something of great moment must have occurred, and they sprang from their boats. Alf, son of Hjalprik, king of Denmark, was in command of the force. He had been sailing along the coast with his army. They now came to the place of battle. They saw the carnage there. The king now commanded that the women should be looked for and found, and this they did. He asked the women who they were, and then an unlikely thing happened. The bondwoman answered for them, and told how King Sigmund had fallen in battle, along with King Eylimi and many other high-ranking men, and told also who had done this thing. The king asked whether they knew where the king's treasure was hidden. "It would seem rather likely we'd know that," answered the bondwoman, and she showed the way to the treasure. They found a vast amount of wealth, so much so they did not believe they had ever seen so much collected together in one place, or a larger number of precious things. They carried it to King Alf's ships. Hjordis went along with them, and so did the bondwoman. He now returned to his kingdom, where he announced that the most famous kings of all had fallen in that place. The king sat down at the helm, and the women sat on the first bench. He conversed with them, and what they said met with his approval. The king arrived back in his country with a large amount of treasure. Alf was the most capable man. And when they had been back for a short time, the queen asked her son Alf this: "Why is it that the better-looking women has fewer rings and poorer clothes? I think that one that you have made less of is really the higher." "I suspected that her manner was not that of a bondwoman," he answered, "and when we met she knew well how to receive men of noble rank, and I'll put it to the test." So once when they were drinking, the king sat down to talk to them. "What tells you that dawn has come, if you can't see moon, stars, or sun?" he said. "I can tell because when I was small, I used to have a deep drink just before daybreak," she answered. "And after I left off doing this, I went on waking up as usual. And that's how I can tell." The king smiled at this. "That was a poor upbringing for a princess," he said. Then he went to Hjordis and asked her the same question. "My father gave me a little gold ring, which has a strange power," she answered him. "Just before daybreak, it grows cold on my finger. This is how I can tell." "There was plenty of gold about if bondwomen wear it," answered the king, "and you concealed your identity from me quite long enough. But I have treated you as if the two of us were the children of the same king. If you had spoken, and I shall treat you even better than that, for you shall be my wife, and I shall pay the marriage settlement when you have borne a child." She answered and told the whole truth about their circumstances. She was now held in great honor there, and was thought a most noteworthy woman.
Völsunga Saga, Part 9 of Mini. Chapter 13. The saga now tells how Hjordis gave birth to a son, and the boy was brought to King Hjalprik. The king was glad when he saw the keen eyes he had in his head, and said that no one would be like him, or a match for him. And he was sprinkled with water, and named Sigurd.
Everyone says the same thing about him. In energy and stature, none was his peer. He was brought up there in King Hjalprek's household with great affection, and when all the most famous men and kings in ancient tales are mentioned, it is Sigurd who must first come in strength and ability, in eagerness and courage, of which he had far more than any other man in Europe. Sigurd grew up there in King Hjalprek's household, and everyone loved him. He it is who betrothed Hjordis to King Alf and fixed the settlement for her. Regin was the name of Sigurd's foster father, and he was Redmar's son. He taught him various accomplishments, checkers, runes, and also how to speak many languages, as was then customary for princes, and much else besides. Once, when the two were together, Regin asked Sigurd if he knew how much wealth his father had possessed, and who the people were that looked after it. Sigurd answered, saying that the kings were looking after it. "Do you altogether trust them?" said Regin. "It is right," answered Sigurd, "that they should look after it until it will be of use to me, for they are better able to guard it than I am." Regin came a second time to talk to Sigurd and said, "It's odd that you're willing to be a horseboy for kings to go around like a renegade." "That's not so," replied Sigurd, "for I have my say with them in everything, and anything I want is at my disposal." "Tell him you want a horse," said Regin. "He'll give it to me the moment I want it," replied Sigurd. Sigurd then went to visit the kings. Then a king said to Sigurd, "What do you want from us?" "I want a horse for my sport," Sigurd answered. "Pick out a horse for yourself," said the king, "and anything of ours you may want." The following day, Sigurd went to the woods and came across an old man with a long beard, a man he did not know. He asked where Sigurd was going. "I am going to choose a horse," he replied. "Give me some advice about it." "Let us go and drive them to the river Bustjorn," he said. They drove the horses out into the deep part of the river, and all swam to the shore except one. That was the one Sigurd took. He was grey in color, young, large, and a handsome horse. No one had ever mounted him. The man with the beard spoke. "This horse is sired by Sleipnir. He must be carefully reared, for he'll turn out better than any other horse." Thereupon the man vanished. Sigurd called the horse Grani. That horse was the best ever. The man who had met with him was Odin. Regin again spoke to Sigurd. "You've too little wealth. It annoys me to see you running around like a peasant lad, but I can tell you where great wealth is likely to be found. And in all probability there's honor to be had, and fame too, should you win it." Sigurd asked where it was and who was guarding it. "His name is Fafnir," answered Regin, "and he's lying but a short distance away. The place is called Gnitaheid, and when you get there you will say that you have been never seen a hoard greater of gold in any one place, and you'll not need more, even if you become the most senior and most renowned of all kings." "Even though I'm young," replied Sigurd, "I know what that dragon's like, and I've heard that no one dares to face him because of his size and malignity." That's not so, answered Regan. His size is the usual for serpents, and it's been made out to be far greater than it actually is. And that's what your ancestors would have thought. But even though you are of the Völsung line, you'll scarcely have the Volsung temperament. In courage, they're reckoned second to none. Perhaps I've not got much of their energy or ability, replied Sigurd. But there is no need to find fault with me, seeing that I'm hardly more than a child. Why are you so very keen on my business? There is a story behind it, replied Regan, and I'll tell it to you. Let me hear it, said Sigurd. Chapter 14. The story begins with my father, whose name was Thredmar, an important and wealthy man. His son's name was Fafnir. A second son was called Otr, and I was the third, the least gifted and made least of. I could fashion things in iron, in silver and gold too, and I could make something useful out of it. My brother Otr's work and bent was different. He was a great fisherman, far and more expert than others, and during the day he assumed the shape of an otter and was always in the river bringing up fish with his mouth. When he caught, he brought to his father, and this was a great help to him. He had many of the characteristics of an otter. He came home late, eating alone, and with his eyes shut, for he couldn't bear to watch it growing less. Fafnir by far the biggest and fiercest, and he wanted everything to be called his. There was a dwarf whose name was Andvari, said Regan. He always in the waterfall known as Andvari Falls, in the semblance of a pike, and he got home there food for himself, for there was a very large number of fish in the falls. My brother Otr always used to go in these falls, and would bring up fish in his mouth and lay them on the bank, one by one. Odin, Loki, and Honir were journeying along, and they came to the Andvari Falls. Otr had just caught a salmon, and was eating it with his eyes shut on the river bank. Loki took up a stone, struck the otter, and killed him. The Aesir thought they were very lucky in their hunting, and they skinned the otter. That everything they came to Hredmar's house, and showed him what they had caught. Then we laid hands on them, and by way of compensation and ransom, we stipulated that they should fill the skin with gold, and cover it up on the outside with red gold. So they sent to Loki to get the gold. He went to Ran and got her net, and then went to the Andvari Falls, cast the net in front of the pike, and it ran into the net. Then Loki said, "What fish is this that swims in the flood, and from punishment knows no protection? Ransom your head out from hell, and of linden find me flame." "Andvari's my name, and Odin's my father. Over many a fall have I fared. A dismal Norn decreed in days of yore that I should wade in water." Loki saw the gold that was Andvari's, and when he proffered the gold, he kept back one ring.
but Loki took it from him. The dwarf went into the rock and said that to possess the ring, or any of the gold, meant death. The Aesir handed over the treasure to Redmar, stuffed the otterskin full and set it on his feet. Then the Aesir had to pile the gold alongside and cover it up. When that was completed, Redmar went up and saw a single whisker and told them to cover that. Then Odin drew the ring on Varnaut from his arm and covered up the hair. Then Loki spoke. Gold is now rendered recompense for you, much for my head. 'Tis not luck will be the lot of your son, death to you both it brings. Later on Fafnir killed his father, said Regin, hiding his murdered body, and I didn't get any of the treasure. He grew so malevolent that he went off to live in the wilds and allowed none but himself to have any pleasure in the riches. And later on he turned into a terrible dragon, and now he lives on the treasure. Afterwards, I went to the king and became his smith. And the upshot of my story is that I'm left without patrimony or compensation for my brother. Since then, gold has been called payment for Otur, and that is the reason why.
You've lost a great deal, answered Sigurd, and your family has become very evil. Völsunga Saga, Part 10 of Many. Chapter 15. Now use your skill to make such a fine sword that no other sword can be made equal to it, and so that I shall be able to perform great deeds, if my courage serves, should you want me to kill this great dragon. I shall be able to make it with confidence, said Regin. With that sword you'll be able to kill Fafnir. So Regin made a sword and placed it in Sigurd's hands. He grasped the sword. This is what your work's like, Regin, he said, striking at the anvil, and the sword broke. He flung away the blade and told him to forge a second and better one. Regin made a second sword and brought it to Sigurd. He examined it. You'll be pleased with this one, though you're not an easy man to work metal for. Sigurd tried out the sword and broke it just like the first. Then Sigurd said to Regin, You're like your forebears, untrustworthy. He now went to his mother. She made him welcome, and they talked and drank together. Is what I've heard true, said Sigurd then. Did King Sigmund entrust you with the sword Gram in 2 pieces? That is so, she replied. Let me have them, said Sigurd. I want them. She said he seemed likely to win fame, and brought him the sword. Sigurd then sought out Regin and told him to fashion a sword from them to the best of his ability. Regin got angry and went to the smithy with the pieces of sword, thinking that Sigurd was very exacting when it came to forging. Then Regin made a sword, and when he drew it from the furnace, it seemed to the lads working in the smithy as if the edges were all aflame. He next told Sigurd to take the sword, saying that if this one failed, then he didn't know how to make a sword. He struck at the anvil and cleft it right down to its base, and the sword neither shattered nor snapped. He praised the sword highly and went down to the river, taking along a tuft of wool which he threw against the stream, and it was sliced through when he held the sword against it. So Sigurd went back happy.
"You'll keep your promise, then," said Regin, "now that I've made a sword and seek out Fafnir."
"I shall keep it," replied Sigurd, "but first there's something else. Vengeance for my father." The older Sigurd grew, the more popular he was with everybody. So much so that one and all loved him dearly. Chapter 16. There was a man named Gripir, who was Sigurd's uncle on his mother's side. And soon after the sword was made, he went to visit Gripir, because he had the gift of second sight, and knew in advance what a man's fate would be. Sigurd asked about his own life and how it would turn out. However, for a long time he was unwilling, but at Sigurd's urgent entreaty, he finally told him his entire destiny, just as afterwards came to pass. And when Gripir had told him of these matters as he had been asked, Sigurd rode home. And shortly after that, he and Regin met. Then Regin said, "Kill Fafnir as you promised." And Sigurd answered, "I will do so, but first there's something else. Vengeance for King Sigmund and the other kinsmen of ours who fell in that battle." Chapter 17. Sigurd now paid a visit to the kings. "I've been here for some time, and I stand in your debt for the affection and high honor shown me," he said to them. "But now I mean to leave the country and find Hunding's sons. I want them to know that not all the Volsungs are dead. I'd like your help in this." They said they'd get him everything he asked for. A large force was now made ready, and everything prepared as carefully as possible, ships and all of the military equipment, so that his expedition whole was more resplendent than would have otherwise been the case. Sigurd captained the largest and finest of the warships. Great pains had been taken with the sails, and they made a wonderful sight. They now sailed on a favorable breeze. And when only a few days had elapsed, a violent storm of wind came up, and the sea looked bathed in gore. Sigurd gave no command to reef the sails, even though they were ripping, but instead ordered them to be hoisted higher than before. Now as they sailed by a certain promontory, a man shouted up to the ship, asking who was in command. He was told that their chief was Sigurd Sigmundarson, now the most famous of all young men. "As for that, everyone says the same of him," replied the man, "that no prince can call himself his equal. Please, lower sail on one of your ships and take me on board." They asked the man his name. He replied, "Hnikar they called me when Hugin I gladdened, vanquished and slew, or Völsung youth. The man from the cliff call by the name of Fang or Fjolnir. I would fare hence with you." They put into land and took the man on board ship. Then the storm abated, and they sailed until they reached land in the kingdom of Hunding's sons. Then Fjolnir vanished. Immediately they let loose a riot of fire and slaughter. They killed, they burnt down settlements, and wherever they went they laid waste. A good number fled to King Lingvi, and told him that a hostile army had entered the country, and that the violence of their passage was unheard of. They said that Hunding's sons hadn't been very far-sighted when they declared that there was nothing to fear from the Volsungs. And now Sigmund Sigmarsson is in commander of the enemy army. King Lingvi sent out a call to arms throughout the whole of his kingdom. He refused to take flight and summoned every man prepared to support him. he now marched to meet Sigurd with a huge army. His brothers were with him. A fierce battle now took place between them. Many a spear and many an arrow could be hurtled through the air. The fierce sweep of the ox, cleft shields, gashed hauberks, helms slashed open, cleft skulls, and many a man were seen to fall to the ground. After the battle had gone on in this way for a very long time, Sigurd pressed on past the banners, holding in his hand the great sword Gram. He felled men and horses too, advancing through the enemy line. Both his arms were bloody to the shoulders, and people fled wherever he moved. Neither helm nor hauberk was proof against him, and there was not one who thought that he'd ever have seen such a man before. The battle, with its great slaughter and savage fighting, went on a long time. What developed there was something that can happen but rarely when the home-based army attacks. It got them nowhere. Hunding's sons lost so many men that no one could keep count, and Sigurd was well into the fore. Then King Hunding's sons came at him. Sigurd struck at King Lyngvi and cleft his helm, head, and armored body. Next he cut in half his brother Hjorvard, and then struck down all the sons of Hunding that were left, and the best part of their force. So Sigurd set out for home. A splendid victory was his, and also much wealth and renown which he had won on the expedition. Back in his own country, a festive welcome was prepared for him. And when Sigurd had been at home a short time, Regin came to talk to him. "You'll surely be ready now to bring low Fafnir's helm, as you promised, seeing that you've avenged your father and your other kinsmen," said Regin. "I'll keep my promise," answered Sigurd. "It won't slip my memory." Völsunga Saga, Part 11 of Mini. Chapter 18. Now Sigurd and Regin rode up to the moors, to the track along which Fafnir used to crawl when he went to drink, and the crag he lay on to get the water when he drank was said to be 30 fathoms high. "You told me, Regin," said Sigurd then, "that this monster was no bigger than any serpent, but his tracks look very big to me." "Dig a pit," said Regin, "and sit in it, and when the dragon comes crawling to the water, stab him to the heart and so destroy him. Then you'll win great distinction." "Not if I get in the way of the dragon's blood," said Sigurd. "It's not possible to advise you," replies Regin. "If you're scared of everything, you've nothing like the courage of your kinsmen." So Sigurd rode up to the moors, and Regin went off in great fright. Sigurd dug a pit, and while he was about this, an old man with a long beard came up to him, and asked what he was doing there. He told him. "That's ill-advised," the old man then replied. "Dig other pits and let the blood run into them. You are to sit in one and stab the dragon to the heart." Then the old man vanished, and Sigurd dug the pits as he had been told. And when the dragon crawled to the water, the earth tremors were so violent that all the land round about shook. He breathed out poison all over the path ahead, but Sigurd was neither frightened nor dismayed by the noise. And when the dragon crawled across the pit, Sigurd thrust in the sword under the left shoulder, and it sunk in up to the hilt. Then Sigurd leapt out of the pit, wrenching back the sword and getting his arms bloody right up to the shoulders. And when the huge dragon felt its death wound, it lashed with its tail and head, shattering everything that got in its way. And when Fafnir received his death wound, he asked, What are you? Who is your father, and what is your family? You who have been bold enough to dare to bear arms against me.
No man knows of my family, replied Sigurd. I'm called Noble Beast. I've neither father nor mother, and I've journeyed alone.
If you've no father or mother, Fafnir answered, what strange thing gave you life? And even though you won't tell me your name on this day, the day I shall die, you know that you are now lying.
My name is Sigurd, he answered, and my father is Sigmund.
Who prompted you to do this deed, and why did you follow his prompting? Replied Sigurd. Hadn't you heard how everyone was frightened of me, and my terrible armored head? Your eyes flash, boy, and you had a gallant father.
A stout heart urged me on to do it, was Sigurd's reply, and a strong arm and this keen sword that you've now felt helped me to carry it through, and few are resolute when old, if timid in youth.
I know you've been an angry man in the fight, said Fafnir. Had you grown up among your kinsmen, but it's even more amazing that the captive taken in a raid should have dared to fight against me. Few prisoners are courageous in battle.
You reproach me for being far from my kinsmen, said Sigurd. But even if I was a prisoner, I wasn't fettered, and you have learned that I was free.
Everything I say you take to be said in hate, answered Fafnir, but the gold I possessed will be your death.
Everyone wants to keep hold on wealth until that day come, but everyone must die in some time, replied Sigurd.
You'll not be guided by much what I say, said Fafnir. But if you're careless in crossing the sea, you'll be drowned. Better wait on shore until it's calm.
Tell me, Fafnir, then, said Sigurd, if you were so wise, who are the Norns that deliver mothers of their sons?
They are many and varied, replied Fafnir. Some belong to the Aesir, some belong to the elves, and some are the Valin's daughters.
What is the name of the islet where Surt and the Aesir will shed each other's blood? Said Sigurd.
It is named Oscat,
replied Fafnir. Fafnir spoke again.
My brother Regin has brought about my death. I am glad that he will bring about your death too. That will be just what he wanted.
Fafnir spoke again.
I raised a crest of terror above all men ever since I couched on my brother's inheritance, and I breathed out poison all around me, so that no one dared to come near me. I feared no weapon, and never found so many against me that I didn't think myself by far the stronger, and they were all afraid of me.
This crest of terror you spoke of, said Sigurd, gives victory to few. For anyone who mixes with many people may one day find that no man is the superior of all others.
I advise you to take your horse, replied Fafnir, and ride away as quickly as you can, for it often happens that he who suffers a mortal wound avenges himself.
This is your advice, answered Sigurd, but I shall act differently.
I shall ride to your lair and there seize the vast treasure that belonged to your kinsman. You'll be riding to a place where you'll find so much gold, Fafnir answered, that it will last you all your days. But the same gold will be your death, and the death of any other man that possesses it. Sigurd stood up. If I know I'd never die, I'd ride back, he said, even though I were to forfeit all the wealth. But every valiant man desires to have wealth until the day comes. But you, Fafnir, lie in your death throes until hell takes you. And then Fafnir died. Chapter 19. After this, Regin came to Sigurd and said, Greetings, my lord. You have won a great victory by killing Fafnir, when before no man was daring enough to lie in wait for him. And this great deed will live for as long as the world shall last. Regin now stood looking down at the ground for a long time, and thereupon he said in great anger, You have killed my brother, but I can scarcely be free of blame for the deed. Then Sigurd took up his sword Gram, wiped it on the grass, and said to Regin, You wilt a great day off while I performed the deed, and I tried out this keen sword with my own hand, and with my own strength I strove against the might of the dragon, while you were lying in a heather bush, not knowing whether you on the head or on your heels. The dragon might have lain in his lair a long time, replied Regin. If you hadn't had the use of your sword, I fashioned for you with my own hands. Neither you nor anyone else would have done it yet. When men come to do battle, answered Sigurd, then a stout heart is better for a man than a keen sword. Regin then said to Sigurd in great distress, You killed my brother, but I scarcely be free of blame for the deed. Then Sigurd cut out the dragon's heart with the sword called Ridil. Regin then drank Fafnir's blood and said, Do something for me, it's a small matter for you. Take the heart to the fire, roast it, and give it me to eat. Sigurd went and roasted it on a spit, and when the juice sputtered out, he touched it with his finger to see whether it was done. He jerked his finger to his mouth, and when the blood from the dragon's heart touched his tongue, he could understand the language of birds. He heard some twits twittering near him in the thicket. Chapter 20.
There sits Sigurd roasting Fafnir's heart. He should eat it himself, and then he'd be wiser than any man. There lies Regin, meaning to play false to man who trusts him, said a second. Then said a third, Let him then strike off his head. Then he can have the great treasure all to himself. He would be wiser to do as they advised, said then a fourth, and afterwards ride to Fafnir's lair, taking the treasure great that lies there, and then ride up to Hindfell while Brennhild's sleeping, and there he will learn much wisdom, and he would be wise if he followed your advice and thought of his own needs. I'd expect to find a wolf where I spied his ears. Then said a fifth, If he spares him, having previously killed his brother, he's not as wise as I imagine. Then said a sixth, It would be a sound plan if he killed him and had the treasure all to himself.
Death at Regin's hands is not my evil destiny, said Sigurd then. Better instead for both brothers to go the same way. Then he drew the sword Gram and struck off the dragon's head. And after that he ate some of the dragon's heart, and some he put by. Then he leapt on his horse and rode along, following Fafnir's tracks up to his lair. He found that it was open, and that all the doors were made of iron, and the whole of the door frame as well. Of iron too were all the posts of the building, which was anchored deep in the earth. There Sigurd found a vast store of gold, and the sword Hroti, and there he took possession of the helm of terror, the gold hauberk, and many valuables. He found so much gold there that he thought it probable that 2 horses, or even 3, would scarcely carry more. He took all the gold and put it in 2 large chests, then took his horse Grani by the bridle. But the horse wouldn't move, and whipping did no good. Then Sigurd saw what the horse wanted. He leapt on his back, clamped spurs to him, and the horse galloped away as if unladen.
Völsunga Saga, Part 12 of Many. Chapter 21. Sigurd now rode a long way until he arrived right up on Hindfell, and turned off south to Frankland. On the fell he saw a bright glow ahead, as if there were a fire blazing, and it lit up the sky. And when he got up to it, there stood before him a fort with a banner out on top. Sigurd went inside the fort and saw a man there, asleep and lying fully armoured. First he removed the helmets from his head and saw that it was a woman. She had on a hauberk, and it was as tight as if grown into the flesh. Then he sheared right down from the neck, then right along both sleeves, and the blade bit in as if cutting cloth. Sigurd said she'd been asleep too long. She asked what was strong enough to bite into the hauberk. And to interrupt my sleep? And is it Sigurd Sigmundsson, who has come here with Fafnir's helm, bearing Fafnir's doom in his hand? He who has done this deed is of the Volsung line, then replied Sigurd. And I have heard that you are the daughter of a powerful king, and I have also been told of your beauty and your wisdom, and this I shall put to the test. Brynhilr told how 2 kings had been fighting. One was called Gunnar. He was old and a fine warrior, and Odin had promised him the victory. And the other was called Agnar, the older brother. In the battle I struck down Gunnar, and in retaliation Odin pricked me with a sleep thorn, said that I should never again win a victory, and that I was to marry. And in return I made a solemn vow to marry no one who knew the meaning of fear. Give me good advice on things that matter, said Sigurd. You are better able to do that, she said, but I'll teach you gladly if I know anything that might please you, whether runes or of other matters pertaining to everything. And let us both drink together, and may the gods grant us a good day, so that my wisdom may profit you and bring you fame, and that you may remember what we 2 talk of. Brynhilr filled a cup, brought it to Sigurd, and said, Ruler of battles, I now bring you ale, mixed with great power, mingled with fame, filled with verse charms and friendship runes, with goodly spells, with gay talk brimming. War runes you must know, if wise you would be. On sword guard grave them on hilt sockets, on hilt's iron grip, and twice say Tyr's name. Wave runes you must cut, to watch over with care. Your sailed seeds in swimming on prow put them. Place them on steering oar, and burn them also on oars.
No blue wave shall fall, nor breaker steep, but you'll return safe from the sea. Speech runes you must know, to be spared if you wish repayment of grief rendered. Wind them about, weave them around, side by side set them. There at the thing where throngs shall come, all to full seasons faring. Ale runes you must know, lest another's wife betray trust if you trust her. On the horn you must carve them, on hands back too, and mark on nail need. Filled cup you must bless, against bane to guard, cast garlic into the goblets. Then this I promise, that poisoned mead will not fall to your fate. Life runes you must learn, for those laboring with child, to deliver babe safe and sound. On palm you must carve them, clasp them around limbs, in aid of the deceased desire. Twig runes you must know, for treating the sick, to see wisely to wounds. Lay them on bark on the leaves of the tree whose boughs bend to the east. Mind runes you must learn, if other men you would quite outweigh in wisdom. He who devised them, he who divined them, and hewed them out, 'twas wrought. On the shield were they graved before the shining god, on Arvark's ear, on Arsvid's head, carved there on the wheel, neath the wain of Rognir, and Sleipnir's reins, and on Slay's traces. On bear's paw too, on Bragi's tongue, on wolf's claw, on beak of eagle, on the bloody wings, on Bridge's head, on freeing palm and path of mercy. On glass and gold, and on good silver, in wine and wort, on witch's throne, on Gopnir's point and pelt of men, and put them on hag's breast, on Norn's nail too, and neb of owl. All scored in these were scraped away, and mingled with mead most holy, and sent on far-flung ways. There with elves, with the Aesir some, and with Vanir of vast wisdom, and some are found mist men. Beach runes are these, and birth runes too, and all ale runes, great glorious runes, for all who use them unspoilt and true, to lead luck thence, possesses them and prosper till the gods are gone. Now you must choose a choice of all's offered, O maple tree of true weapons. Speech or silence you yourself shall decide, now all the words are weighed. Sigurd answered, I shall not fly, though you know me foredoomed. I was created no craven. Your friendly counsel in full I would have, as long as I may live. Chapter 22. In all the world there'll never be a wiser woman than you, said Sigurd. Give me more good advice. I owe it to you to do as you wish, and to give you sound advice, she replied, because you desired it, and because you are intelligent. And then she said, behave well towards your kinsmen, and take but scant revenge on them for their offences. Bear with them, and you will win lasting praise. Be on your guard against things that are harmful, both against a maid's love and a man's wife. Ill often comes from them. Don't argue overmuch with fools at crowded meetings. They often say worse things than they know, and then you are straightway called a coward, and people think the charges are true. Kill him another day and pay him back that way for his hostile remarks. If you go along the road where there are evil spirits, then be wary. Even if overtaken by nightfall, do not seek shelter near the path. Harmful spirits that lead men astray are often there. Don't get entangled with good-looking women, even though you see them at banquets.
so that it stops you from sleeping or brings you heartache. Don't entice them with kisses or other endearments. And if you hear drunks making stupid remarks, don't follow them when they're sodden with wine and have lost their wits. Things of that sort bring deep sorrow or even death to many. It's better to fight against your enemy than to be burned. And neither swear a crooked oath or dire vengeance follows on a breach of truce. Do right by dead men, whether dead of disease, drowned, or struck down. See to their bodies carefully, and don't trust anyone if you've killed his father, brother, or any other near relative, even though he's a young man. There's often a wolf in a young son. Watch out for trickery from your friends, and I can't foresee much of your life if the hatred of your wife's kinsman does not fall upon you.
No one is wiser than you, said Sigurd, and I swear it is you I shall marry, and we are ideally suited.
I should wish to marry you, she answered, even though I might have the choice of all men there are. And this they swore each to each other. Chapter 23. Then Sigurd rode away. His shield was of many thicknesses. It was plated with red gold, and on it was pictured a dragon. Its upper part was dark brown, and its lower light red. And his helm, saddle, and surcoat were blazoned in the same way. His hauberk was of gold, and all his weapons were decked with gold. And the reason for the dragon being emblazoned on all his weapons was so that all those who had heard that he killed the great dragon, the Volsungs, called Fafnir, would know on seeing him who he was. And the reason for his weapons being all decked with gold and gleaming bright was that he far excelled others in fine manners, in all the social graces, and well nigh in everything. And when all the greatest heroes and the most famous leaders are spoken of, he is the one who will always be spoken of as foremost of all, and his name is current in all languages spoken north of the Greek Ocean. And so it will be for as long as the world endures. His hair, which fell in long locks, was brown and handsome to look on. His beard was short and thick and of the same color. He had too high-bridged nose and broad, large-boned features. His eyes were so piercing that few dared look at him in the face. His shoulders were so wide that to look at him was like looking at two men. His body was well proportioned as regards height and breadth, and just as it should be. And an indication of his height is that when he belted on the sword Gram, it was over 5 feet long, and walked through a field of full-grown rye. The scabbard chap brushed the top of the standing grain, and his size was outdone by his strength. He was expert in swordplay, in throwing a spear or hurling a javelin, in shield work, in archery, and in riding. And many varied were the arts of chivalry he had acquired in his youth. He was also a young, wise man, having foreknowledge of future events. He could understand the language of birds. And for these reasons, there was little that took him unawares. He could speak long and eloquently, and if he started on a speech, he would never stop until everyone saw that his was the only way possible. And he loved to come to the aid of his men, to tax his powers in dangerous ventures, to rob his enemies of their wealth, and to give to his friends. He never lacked courage, and he was never afraid.
Völsunga Saga, Part 13 of Many. Chapter 24. Sigurd now rode until he came to a large estate, ruled over by an important chieftain named Heimir. He was married to Brynhild's sister, who was called Beckhild. because she had stayed at home and taken up the distaff, while Brynhild was concerned with helmet and hauberk and went to battle. This is why she was called Brynhild. Heimir and Beckhild had a son named Alsvid, a man of more courtly bearing. Outside were people taking part in various sports, but when they saw the man riding up to the buildings, they stopped, and they were amazed because they had never seen such a man. They went to meet him and welcome him. Alsvid invited him to be his guest and to have anything he wanted, and this was accepted. Arrangements were made for him to be nobly waited on. 4 men unloaded the gold from his horse, and a 5th attended him. Many precious and rare treasures were to be seen there. It was considered good sport to look at the hauberks and helmets, the big rings, the amazingly large golden goblets, and weapons of every kind. Sigurd stayed there a long time, and was held in great esteem. Word of his magnificent feat, the slaying of the terrible dragon, now spread through every country. They now had a good life, and got on well together. They amused themselves by seeing to their weapons, making arrow shafts, and hawking. Chapter 25. At that time, Brynhild, Heimir's foster daughter, was back with him. She lived in her own quarters with her maidens. She was more skilled in the domestic arts than any other woman. She was working her tapestry with gold thread and embroidering it on the great deeds performed by Sigurd, the slaying of the dragon, the seizure of the treasure, and the death of Regin. One day, as we are told, Sigurd rode to the forest with his hounds and hawks, and a large body of men. On his return, his hawk flew up onto a high tower and settled near a window. Sigurd went after the hawk. Then he saw a good-looking woman and perceived that it was Brynhild who was there. Her good looks and her task made a deep impression on him. He entered the hall, but would not join in the men's amusements. "Why are you so silent?" said Alsvid. Then, "This change in you worries us, your friends. Why can't you enjoy yourself? Your hawks are pining, and so is your horse Grani, and will not find a speedy cure for it." "My good friend," answered Sigurd, "let me tell you what's on my mind. My hawk flew to a tower, and as I caught him, I saw a beautiful woman. She was sitting over a golden tapestry and embroidering on it the deeds I've accomplished in the past." "You saw Butli's daughter, Brynhild," replied Alsvid, "a woman of real character and presence." "That's surely true," answered Sigurd. "But how did she get here?" "There was but little time between your arrival and hers," replied Alsvid. "I knew that just a few days ago," said Sigurd. "She seemed to me the finest woman in the world." "A man like you shouldn't get interested in any one woman," said Alsvid. "It's bad to fret what can't be had." "I shall go to her," said Sigurd, "and give her gold, and gain her delights and love." "She's never suffered any man to sit by her, or given him ale to drink," replied Alsvid. "She wants to be off to battle, and generally increase her fame." "I don't know if she'll reply or not," said Sigurd, "or let me sit by her." The next day, Sigurd went to the woman's apartments, and Alsvid stood close by outside, making arrow shafts. Greeting, my lady, said Sigurd. Is all well with you?
All's well, she answered. My kinsmen and friends are alive, but none of us can tell what sort of luck we'll have down to the day we die. He sat down by her side. Then 4 women entered bearing large golden cups and the finest wine and stood before them. Then Brunhild said, Not many are given this seat, apart from when my father comes.
I'm pleased about the man who's got it now, he answered. The room was hung with the most costly tapestries, and whole floor had coverings. You promised to me is now fulfilled, said Sigurd.
You are welcome here, she replied.
Then she arose and 4 maidens with her, and brought him a golden cup and told him to drink. He reached for the cup and at the same time took her hand and drew her down beside him. Embracing her, he kissed her and said, No woman born is lovelier than you.
Wiser not to surrender your trust to a woman, for they always break their vows, said Brynhild.
The day we wed would be our happiest, he said.
We're not fated to share our lives together, Brynhild replied. I am a shield maiden, wearing a helmet along with the warrior kings. I help them, and I don't find battle distasteful.
We shall prosper best if we share our lives together, answered Sigurd. The pain of all this is worse to bear than sharp weapons.
I shall muster the troops, replied Brunhild, and you will marry Gudrun, Giuki's daughter.
No king's daughter shall ensnare me, replied Sigurd. I'm not in 2 minds about this, and I swear by the gods that I either marry you or no one at all. She spoke to the same effect. Sigurd thanked her for what she had said and gave her a gold ring. Then they again repeated their vows, and Sigurd went off to his men, and there he prospered for a long time. Chapter 26. There was a king named Giuki. His kingdom lay south of the Rhine. He had 3 sons called Gunnar, Hogni, and Guttorm. Gudrun was his daughter, a maiden who was widely famed. The children outdid other kings' children in natural gifts and attainments, in good looks as in stature. They were always outrating and performed many brilliant feats. Giuki's wife was Grimhild, a sorceress. There was a king named Butli. He was more powerful than Giuki, though both were powerful. Brynhild's brother was Atli, a stern man, tall and dark, but of noble bearing and a great warrior. Grimhild had an evil disposition. Giuki's house prospered, and chiefly because of his children who outshone most people. One day, Gudrun told her maids of honor that she couldn't be happy. One woman asked her what she was unhappy about.
I had no luck in my dreams, she replied, and so there is grief in my heart. Interpret the dream, since you ask about it. Tell me, she replied, and don't worry, for dreams always mean storms. There is no storm, replied Gudrun. I dreamed I saw a splendid hawk on my hand. His plumage was gold in color. Many have heard of your beauty, wisdom,
and courtliness. Some king's son will ask for your hand, answered the woman. I have thought nothing finer than the hawk, replied Gudrun, and I would rather have lost all my wealth than him. You'll marry a manly husband, answered the woman, and you'll love him dearly. It worries me, not knowing who he is, replied Gudrun. We will go to see Brynhild. She will know. They arranged themselves in gold and many things of great beauty, and with their maids in waiting they set out, and came to Brynhild's palace. The palace was ablaze with gold, and stood on a hill, and when they approached was seen. Brynhild was told that many women were driving towards the castle in gilded carriages. Gjuki's daughter Gudrun must be there, she said. I dreamed of her last night, and let out to meet her. No lovelier woman come to visit us. They went out and welcomed them. They entered the magnificent palace. There were paintings on the inside of the hall, and it shone with silver. Floor coverings were spread beneath their feet, and everyone waited on them. They had all kinds of games. Gudrun had little to say. Why can't you be gay? Said Brynhild. Don't be like this. Let's all have a happy time together, and talk about mighty kings and great deeds. Let's do that, said Gudrun. Which kings do you feel were the most eminent? The sons of Hamud, Haki and Hagbard, replied Brynhild. They performed many exploits in battle. They were great and famous, replied Gudrun. But Sigurd took their sister, and burned to death another in their house, and they're slow about vengeance. Why didn't you mention my brothers, who are now thought to be the most eminent of men? That's true, said Brynhild, but they are still rather untried, and I know one man who quite outstrips them. Sigurd, King Sigmund's son. When he killed King Hunding's sons, and avenged his father, and Eylimi his grandfather, he was still just a child. What was there to show that? Said Gudrun. Do you say he was born when his father fell? His mother went to the battlefield, replied Brynhild, and found King Sigmund wounded and offered to bandage his wounds. But he said he was too old to fight again, and told her to take comfort from the fact that when she gave birth, it would be to an outstanding son. And here a wise man's guess was second sight. And after King Sigmund's death, she was with King Alf, and Sigurd was brought up there in high esteem, and he performed many great feats every day, and he's the most famous man in the world. Love led you to find out about him, said Gudrun, but I came to tell you my dreams. They cause me much anxiety. Don't let such things worry you, replied Brynhild. Stay among your family, who all want to make you happy. Chapter 27. I dreamed, said Gudrun, that a good number of us left our quarters, and we saw a great stag. It was far superior to other deer. Its hair was golden. We all wanted to capture that deer, but I alone managed it. The deer seemed to me to more precious than anything else. Then you shot down the deer at my feet, and this my grief was so great that I could hardly bear it. Then you gave me a wolf cub. It spattered me with my brother's blood. I'll interpret it just as it will come to pass, Brynhild answered. Sigurd, whom I choose as my husband, will come to you. Grimhild will give him drugged mead. This will bring sorrow to us all. You will marry him and soon lose him. Then you will marry King Atli. You will lose your brothers and then kill Atli. To know such things overwhelms me with grief, answered Gudrun, and now they went back to King Gjuki.
Völsunga Saga, Part 14 of Many, Chapter 28. Sigurd now rode away with all the gold. They now parted as friends. He rode Grani with all his gear and equipment. He rode until he came to King Gjuki's hall. He now rode into the castle. One of the king's men saw this and said, I think one of the gods is approaching. This man is gold all over. His horse is far bigger than other horses. His weapons and armor are magnificent. He leaves other men far behind, and he himself most surpasses other men. The king went out with his retainers and addressed the man. Why are you, he asked, riding into the castle, which no one has dared to do without my son's leave? I am Sigurd, he answered, son of King Sigmund. You're welcome among us here, said King Gjuki. Whatever you want is yours. And he went into the hall, and they were all short when compared to him, and they all waited on him, and he was held there in great esteem. Sigurd, Gunnar, and Hogni all rode together, but Sigurd's accomplishments went far beyond theirs, though they were all great men. Grimhild noticed how deeply Sigurd loved Brynhild, and how often he talked of her. She thought that it would be a good thing if he settled there and married King Gjuki's daughter, and she saw how no one could claim to be his equal, and what an asset he was, having immense wealth far greater than any heard of before. The king treated him like one of his sons, and they reckoned him more outstanding than they were themselves. One evening as they sat drinking, the queen got up, went to Sigurd, and addressing him, said, We are delighted that you are here. We wish to give you all that's good. Take this horn and drink. He took it and drank it off. King Gjuki shall be your father, and I your mother, she said, and Gunnar and Hogni, and all who take the oaths, shall be your brothers. Then none will be found to equal you. Sigurd took this well, and with that drink he lost all memory of Brynhild. He stayed there for a time. One day Grimhild went to King Gjuki, embraced him, and said, The greatest champion to be found anywhere in the world is here with us now. He would prove a great asset. Give him your daughter in marriage, a large sum of money, and whatever dignities he would like,
and perhaps he will live here happily. It's unusual to offer a daughter's hand, but to offer it to him is a greater honor than the others to ask for it," the king answered. One evening, Gudrun was serving wine. Sigurd saw that she was a beautiful and most courtly in every way. Sigurd was there for 2.5 years, and they thus lived in amity, and were widely spoken of, and the kings were now conversing. "You're doing a great deal for us, Sigurd," said King Gjuki, "and you've greatly strengthened our power." "We'll do anything and persuade you to stay here a long time," said Gunnar. "Dignities and the offer of our sister's hand. No one else would be granted it, even if he asked." "Thank you for the honor you do to me," replied Sigurd. "I accept." They now swore to be brothers as if born of the same parents. A sumptuous feast was now prepared, and it lasted many days, and Sigurd now married Gudrun. Many different amusements and entertainments were to be found there, and each day's feasting was better than the last. They now roamed far and wide, performing many glorious deeds, killing many princes, and no one accomplished such great feats as they did. They now returned home with much booty. Sigurd gave Gudrun some of Fafnir's heart to eat, and she was then far grimmer than before, and wiser too. Their son's name was Sigmund. Grimhild went one day to her son Gunnar. "Your affairs are flourishing," she said, "except in one particular. You've no wife. Ask for Brynhild's hand. It will be much a splendid match, and Sigurd will ride with you." "She's certainly beautiful," replied Gunnar, "and I am nothing loath." And then he told his father, and his brothers, and Sigurd, and they were all strongly in favor. Chapter 29. They now prepared carefully for their journey. Then they rode over hill and dale to King Boothly. They put forward their proposal. He received it favorably, provided that she did not refuse, saying she was so proud that she would only marry the man of her choice. Then they rode to Hlimdelir. Heimir gave them a hearty welcome. Gunnar explained their business. Heimir said that hers was the decision as to whom she would marry. Then he said that her hall was a short way off, and gave his opinion that she would only marry the man who rode through the burning fire that surrounded her hall. They found the hall and the fire, and what they saw was a stronghold, its gable head mounted in gold, and fire burning all around it. Gunnar rode Goti, and Hogni rode Holkvir. Gunnar spurred on his horse towards the fire, but he shied back. "Why shy back, Gunnar?" said Sigurd. "The horse won't leap the fire," he answered, and he asked Sigurd to lend him Grani. "By all means," said Sigurd. Gunnar then rode at the fire, but Grani wouldn't go on, so Gunnar could not ride through the fire. Sigurd and Gunnar then exchanged appearances, as Grimhild had taught them. Then Sigurd rode with Gram in hand, and gold spurs bound on his heels. Grani charged at the fire when he felt the spur. Then there came a mighty roar as the fire began to rage, and the earth to tremble. The flames mounted to the skies. No one had dared do this before, and it was like riding dense fog. Then the fire died down, and dismounting, he entered the hall. As is said, the fire grew great
and ground did shake, and tall flame towered to the sky. Few warrior kings were willing to ride on fair onwards through the fire's rage. With so did Sigurd spur Grani onwards, before the prince the fire then died. The flames all ceased for the seeker of glory, resplendent the harness Regin had owned. And when Sigurd went in past the flames, he found a fine dwelling, and Brynhild was sitting within. She asked who the man was. He said he was Gunnar, Gjuki's son. "And you are to be my wife. Your father consented if I rode through your leaping flames, as did your foster father, if you so decided." "I hardly know how to answer," she said. Sigurd stood erect on the floor, leaning on the hilt of his sword, and said to Brynhild, "In return, I shall make you a large marriage settlement in valuables and gold." From her seat like a swan on the wave, she made solemn reply. She had sword in hand, a helm on her head, and she was clad in armor. "Gunnar." "Nope." "Gunnar," she said, "do not talk to me of this, unless you are a better man than any other, and you must kill all who have asked for my hand, if you are resolute enough. I have fought in battle with the king of Gardariki, and my weapons were stained with men's blood, and this is what I still long for. You have outperformed many great deeds," he replied, "but now think of your oath, that if anyone rode through the fire, you would go with the man who did so." She realized that what he said was true, and saw the point of his answer. She arose and made him welcome. He stayed there 3 nights, and they shared the same bed. He took the sword Gram and laid it naked between them. She asked the reason. He said it was ordained that he should marry his wife in this way, or else die. Then he took from her the ring and Varanaut, which he had given her, and gave her another from Fafnir's inheritance. After this he rode off into the fire and to his comrades. They changed back their appearances, and then rode to Lidalir, and told how things had gone. That same day Brynhild went back to her foster fathers, and told him in confidence that a king had come to her. And he rode through my leaping flames, and said he had come to make me his own, and that his name was Gunnar. But I said that Sigurd alone would do this, he to whom I gave my vows on the mountain. He is my first lover. Heimir then said that things would have to stay as they were. Aslog, Sigurd's daughter and mine, shall be brought up here with you, said Brynhild. The king now returned, and Brynhild went to her fathers. Grimhild welcomed them, and thanked Sigurd for his help. Preparations were then made for a feast. A large number of people arrived. King Butli came with his daughter, and his son Atli came. The feast lasted many days, and when it was over, Sigurd remembered all his vows to Brynhild, but he gave no sign. Brynhild and Gunnar sat enjoying themselves, and drank good wine. Völsunga Saga, Part 15 of Many. Chapter 30. One day they went to bathe in the river Rhine. Brynhild then waded out furthest in the river. Gudrun asked what this meant. "Why should I think we're of equal standing in this more than in anything else?" said Brynhild. "I thought my father was more powerful than yours, and that my husband had performed many outstanding feats, and rode through the burning fire, while your husband was King Hjalprek's thrall. You'd be wiser to hold your peace, answered Gudrun angrily, than to speak slightingly of my husband. Everyone says that no man born into the world is in any way like him, and it is not fitting for you to speak slightingly of him. For he is your lover, and he killed Fafnir, and rode through the leaping flames when you thought it was King Gunnar. And he slept with you, and took from your arm the ring on the Varanaut, and here, now you can see for yourself. Brynhild then saw the ring, and recognized it. Then she turned deathly pale. Brynhild went back, and did not utter a word that evening. And when Sigurd went to bed, Gudrun asked, "Why is Brynhild so dejected?" "I don't know for sure," answered Sigurd, "but I suspect we shall soon know rather more fully." "Why isn't she content with wealth and happiness, with praise from everyone, and with getting the husband she wanted?" said Gudrun. "Where was she when she said she thought she had the most distinguished husband, or the one she most wanted?" said Sigurd. "Tomorrow I'll ask whom she would most like to have," replied Gudrun. "I advise you not to do that," answered Sigurd. "You'll regret it if you do." And in the morning they were sitting in the private quarters, and Brynhild was silent. Then Gudrun said, "Be cheerful, Brynhild. Are you upset because of our conversation? Or what is it that stops you from being happy?" "This is prompted by nothing but malice," replied Brynhild, "and you have a cruel heart." "Don't talk like that," said Gudrun, "and instead tell me." "Only ask about what is good for you to know," replied Brynhild. "That is befitting for a woman of rank, and it's good to be content with good things. What everything's going as you wish." "It's early yet to boast of that," replied Gudrun, "and there's something prophetic in it. What do you reproach me with? I've done nothing to cause you grief." "You'll pay for having Sigurd," replied Brynhild. "I grudge your enjoyment of him, and of all the gold." "I know nothing of the vow you made," answered Gudrun, "and my father could surely arrange my marriage without consulting you." "What we said was no secret, making vows as we did, and you knew you were playing me false. But I'll be revenged," answered Brynhild. "You've made a better match than you deserve," replied Gudrun. "But your pride won't abate without mischief, and many will pay for it." "I'd be content," said Brynhild, "if only you didn't have the more eminent husband." "Your husband is so eminent," replied Gudrun, "that none can say who is the greater king, with wealth and power and plenty too." "Sigurd struck at Fafnir," replied Brynhild, "and that's worth more than all King Gunnar's power. As the poem says, Sigurd struck at the dragon, that deed shall be told, for as long as ever there's life on earth. No wish had your brother to win over, or fare onwards through the fire's rage. Grani did not gallop through the fire when King Gunnar mounted, but he essayed the ride, and his courage can't be called into question," replied Gudrun. "I can't pretend that I'm well disposed towards Grimhild," answered Brynhild. "Don't blame her," replied Gudrun, "for she treats you like a daughter. She is responsible for the whole onset of the misfortune now afflicting us, answered Brynhild. She brought Sigurd a harmful draught of ale so that he couldn't recall my name. You're telling a lot of untruths, said Gudrun. It's a monstrous lie. Enjoy Sigurd to the extent you've not deceived me. You don't deserve your life together, and I hope things turn out for you, as I expect, replied Brynhild. I'll enjoy him more than you'd like, answered Gudrun, and no one thought he'd been over intimate with me. Not once. You're talking offensively, and when you're calmer, you'll be sorry, replied Brynhild. Let's not indulge in spiteful language. You first hurled spiteful words at me, said Gudrun. Now you act as if you'll put things right, but there's malice behind it all. Let's have done with pointless chatter, said Brynhild. For a long time I kept silent about the grief that was in my heart, and I loved no one but your brother, and let's talk of something else. Your thoughts are looking far beyond this, said Gudrun, and much unhappiness came about because they went to the river, and she recognized the ring which led to their conversation. Chapter 31. After their talk, Brynhild took to her bed, and Gunnar heard the news that Brynhild was ill. He visited her and asked what was the matter, but she made no reply and lay like one dead. But when he pressed his question, she answered, Why do you do with the ring I gave you, King Butli's gift to me at our last parting? When your sons of King Guki came to him, swearing to harry and burn if you didn't kid me, then he took me aside and asked which one I chose from those who'd come. But I offered to defend the country and command a third of the army. There were two alternatives to hand. I had to marry the one as he desired, or lose all my wealth in his favour. And he said his favour would serve me better than his anger. Then I deliberated whether to bow to his will or kill many men. I considered I was incapable of fighting him, and so I promised to marry the man who would ride the steed Grani with Fafnir's inheritance, and ride through my leaping flames, and kill the men I named. Now none dared the ride save Sigurd alone. He rode through the fire, for he did not lack the courage for the feat. He it was who killed the dragon, and Regin, and 5 kings, and not you, Gunnar, for you turned pale as a corpse, and you're no king, nor a hero. And back at my father's I swore I would love only the noblest man born, and that is Sigurd. Now I am perjured, for he is not mine, and for this reason I shall be the cause of your death, and I've to pay back Grimhild for her malice. There's no woman more cowardly or worse than she is. Gunnar answered so that not many heard. You've made a lot of lying statements, and it's wicked of you to speak ill of a woman who is far superior to you. She wasn't badly discontented with her lots as you are, nor has she tormented her dead men, nor murdered anyone, and she is held in esteem. I've held no secret meetings, replied Brynhild, nor committed any outrage. That's not my nature. But I'd be quite ready to kill you. Then she would have killed King Gunnar, but Hogni put her in chains. Then said Gunnar, "It's not my wish that she should be in chains." "Pay no heed to that," she answered, "for you'll never see again me happy in your hall, neither drinking nor playing at checkers, nor speaking in friendly tones, nor working fine materials in gold, nor giving you advice." She said her deepest sorrow lay in not being married to Sigurd. She raised herself up and struck her tapestry work, tearing it apart, and then she ordered the door of the apartment to be opened so that her laments could be heard afar off. There was now great sorrow, and it was heard over all the precincts. Gudrun asked her attendants why they were so depressed and sad. "What's the matter with you? Why go about like people demented? Why has so strangely what come over to you?" Then one of her suite, called Svarlod, answered, "This is an evil day. Our hall is full of sorrow." Then Gudrun spoke to her confidant. "Get up. We have long been asleep. Rouse Brynhild and let's set to weaving and be gay." "I'll not do it," she said. "Neither rouse her nor talk to her. For many a day she's drunk no mead or wine, and the wrath of the gods has come upon her." Then Gudrun spake to Gunnar. "Go and see her," she said, "and say we have no pleasure in her misery." "I'm forbidden to see her," replied Gunnar, "or to have any part in what is hers." But Gunnar went to see her and tried in numerous ways to talk with her, but got nothing in reply, and then went away, met Hogni, and asked him to visit her. He said he was reluctant, but he went and got nothing out of her. And he met Sigurd and asked him to visit her. He returned no answer, and such was the position that evening. And the following day, when he returned from the hunt, he found Gudrun and said, "I've had a presentiment that the feverish shivering will come to something, and Brynhild will die." "My lord," replied Gudrun, "there are great portents all about her. She has now slept for 7 days, and no one has dared to wake her." "She's not asleep," answered Sigurd. "She's busy with some deep scheme against us both." Then weeping, Gudrun said, "How great is the sorrow to hear of your death! It would be better to go and visit her, and see if her pride were abate. Give her gold, and so mollify her anger." Sigurd went and found the hall open. He thought she was asleep and threw back the bedclothes from her and said, "Wake up, Brynhild. The sun is shining all around the house. You've done enough sleeping. Shake off your cares and be happy." "How can you dare come to see me?" she said. "No one behaved worse in deceiving me than you." "Why don't you speak to people?" Sigurd asked. "What's troubling you?" "I'll tell you about my anger," Brynhild answered. "You're bewitched if you imagine I bear you ill will, and your husband is the man you chose," said Sigurd. "No," she said. "Gunnar did not ride through the fire to me, nor did he make a marriage payment of slaughtered dead. I was puzzled by the man who came into my hall, and I thought I recognized your eyes. But I wasn't able to see things clearly because of the veil which shrouded my good fortune. I'm not a nobleman than Gjuki's sons, said Sigurd. They killed the Danish king and a great prince, King Buthi's brother. I've a heavy score to settle with them, answered Brynhild, and don't remind me of my sorrows. You, Sigurd, struck at the dragon and rode through the fire, even for my sake, and King Gjuki's sons weren't there. I was never your husband, nor you my wife, replied Sigurd, and a famous king put down the marriage payment for you. I have not looked at Gunnar so that my heart smiled upon him, answered Brynhild, and I bear him ill will, though I hide it from others. It's monstrous not to love such a king, said Sigurd. What is it that troubles you most? It seems to me that his love should mean more to you than gold. The most hurtful for me of my sorrows, answered Brynhild, is that I can't get the keen sword reddened with your blood. Have no fear on that score, replied Sigurd. There'll not be long to wait before a sharp sword is embedded in my heart, and you'll not ask for anything less for yourself, because you'll not survive me. There'll not be many days left to us from now on. No slight malice prompts your words, since you cheated me of all happiness, answered Brynhild, and life is nothing to me. Live, love, King Gunnar and me, replied Sigurd. I'll give all I have if only you'll not die. You don't really know my nature, answered Brynhild. You are the most outstanding of all men, and no woman grew more hateful to you than I did. The truth is rather difficult, replied Sigurd. I loved you more than myself, though I met with trickery, and now that can't be changed. For when my wits were unclouded, it always grieved me that you weren't my wife. And I bore up best as I could, for I was in the noble hall, and yet I was glad that we were all together. It's maybe that was formerly prophesied will come true, but I shan't worry about it. You're too late in saying that my grief distresses you, answered Brynhild, and now I shall find no relief. I would like us to sleep together, replied Sigurd, and you would be my wife. Such things must not be said, answered Brynhild, nor will I have two lords in one hall. I'd die sooner than deceive King Gunnar. And then she recalled how they met on the mountain and made their vows. But not all that has changed, and I don't want to live. I had no memory of your name, said Sigurd, nor recognized you before you were married, and that is my greatest sorrow. I swore an oath, said Brynhild then, to marry the man who rode through my leaping flames, and that oath I would keep, or die. Rather than you should die, I'll marry you and leave Gudrun, said Sigurd, and his breast so heaved that the links of his hauberk snapped. I don't want you, said Brynhild, nor any other man. Sigurd went away. As the lay of Sigurd says, out went Sigurd away from the talk, staunch friend of men, so strong his grief. The shirt iron woven, at the warrior's sides it sprang then wide and split apart. And when Sigurd came into the hall, Gunnar asked if he knew what was grieving her, and if she were capable of speech. Sigurd said she could speak. And now Gunnar went to see her a second time, asked what her grief meant and whether that was any remedy for it.
I don't want to live, said Brynhild, for Sigurd betrayed me, and he betrayed you no less when you let him sleep with me. Now I'll not have two husbands at one, and the same time in one hall, and this will mean Sigurd's death, or yours, or mine, for he's told Gudrun everything, and she taunts me with it.
Völsunga Saga, Part 16 of Mini, Chapter 32. After this, Brynhild went out and sat beneath the wall of her private quarters, and gave vent to her grief. She said that everything was hateful to her, land and power too, since Sigurd was not hers. And Gunnar came to her once more. Then Brynhild said, "You'll lose both power and wealth, your life and me, and I shall go back to my family and live there sorrowfully, if you don't kill Sigurd and his son. Don't rear the wolf cub." Gunnar now grew very distressed. He did not know, he thought, what had best be done, for he was bound to Sigurd by oath, and his mind toyed now with this, now with that, but he thought it would be a terrible disgrace if his wife left him. "I treasure Brynhild above all else," said Gunnar. "She is the most famous of our women, and I would sooner die than lose her love." And he summoned his brother Hogni. "I am faced with a difficult problem," he told him, and said he meant to kill Sigurd, who he declared had broken faith with him. "Then the gold and all the power will be ours." "It would not be right," said Hogni, "to break our oaths by a hostile act, and he's a great asset to us. No kings are a match to us if this Hunnish king is alive, and never again shall we get a brother-in-law like him. And think how fine it would be if we had a brother-in-law like him, and nephews too. But I see where all this started. Brynhild is behind it, and her plans will do us harm and bring us deep shame." "It will have to be carried out," said Gunnar, "and I see a way. Let's urge on our brother Guttorm to do it. He is young and simple, and free from any oath." "I think that plan is ill-advised," said Hogni, "and even if successful, we shall still pay dearly for betraying such a man." Gunnar said that Sigurd must die, "or else I shall die." He told Brynhild to get up and be gay. She got up, but said that Gunnar would not share her bed until it was done. And the brothers now talked it over. Gunnar said that to have robbed Brynhild of her virginity fully deserved death. "Let's urge on Guttorm to do the deed." And they called him over and offered him gold and great power if he would do it. They took a serpent and some wolf's flesh, boiled them up and gave them to eat them. As the Skald says, "Some took forest fish, some wolfish flesh sliced, some carved for Guttorm, carrion of wolf. Gave it with ale and with other things besides, in magic spells." And what with the food and Grimhild's arguments, he grew so fiery and impetuous that he promised to do the deed, and they in return promised him high honors. Sigurd was not expecting such treachery, but he could not fight against fate and his destiny. Nor was Sigurd aware that he deserved any double dealing at their hands. The following morning, Guttorm went in to Sigurd when he was resting in bed. But when Sigurd looked at him, Gudrun dared not attack him, and went out again. This happened a second time. Sigurd's eyes were so piercing that few dared meet them. He went in a third time, and Sigurd was now asleep. Gudrun drew his sword and lunged at Sigurd, so that the point pierced the bed beneath him. Sigurd awoke with a wound just as Gudrun was going out through the door. Then Sigurd picked up the sword Gram and hurled it after him. It caught him across the back and severed him at the waist. The lower half fell one way, and the other, the head and arms, fell back into the room. Gudrun was now asleep in Sigurd's arms, and she awoke in unutterable grief, bathed in his blood. And she so groaned and wept in sorrow that Sigurd raised himself on a pillow and spoke. "Do not weep," he said. "Your brothers live close to cheer you. But I have a son who is too young to be on guard against his enemies, and they done badly for themselves. They'll not find a brother-in-law like me to ride in the army with them, nor such a nephew should be managed to reach adulthood. And what was long since prophesied has now come to pass. I could never bring myself to believe it, but no one can fight against fate. But Brynhild is responsible. She who loves me above all men. But I can swear that I've never wronged Gunnar, and I kept the oath sworn between us. Nor was I too close a friend of his wife's. And I had known of this before, and got on my feet with my weapons. Many would lose their lives before I fell, and the brothers would all be slain, and they would find me harder to kill than the greatest bison or wild boar." Then the king died, and Gudrun gave a deep moan. Brynhild heard it and laughed when she heard Gudrun sobbing. Then Gunnar said, "You're not laughing because you feel happy deep down in your heart, else why does your color leave you? You're a monster, and very likely a doomed woman. None more deserving than you to see King Atli killed before your eyes. And you'd have to be present. But I must watch by my brother-in-law and by my brother's slayer." "No one will complain that there's not been enough killing," she replied. "But King Atli cares nothing for your threats or anger, and he'll outlive you and wield great power." "When Brynhild prophesied has now come to pass," said Hogni, "and this evil deed which we can never make undone." "My kinsmen have killed my husband," said Gudrun. "Now you will ride first in the army, and when you do battle you'll find that Sigurd's not at your side. And then you'll see that Sigurd was your luck and your strength, and if he'd had sons like himself, he'd have been strengthened by his offspring and their kin." No one then thought he could explain why Brynhild had laughing, asked for what she was weeping over. She then spoke. "Gunnar, I dreamed that my bed was cold, and you were riding into the hands of your enemies, and things would go badly with all your family, for you broke your trust. Nor did you remember very clearly when you betrayed him, how you and Sigurd mingled your blood together, and you've repaid him solely with evil for all that he did for you, and for giving you a preeminent position. And when he came to me, he proved how he kept his oaths by laying between us that keen-edged, venom-tempered sword. But you early did the wrong to him, and to me, when I was at home with my father and had everything I wanted, not meaning that any one of you should be mine, when you 3 kings rode up to the stronghold. Then Atli took me aside and asked if I would marry the man running Grani, and he was not like you. Then I betrothed to King Sigmund's son, and none other. Things won't go smoothly for you, even though I die. Then Gunnar stood up and embraced her, and begged her to live, and to accept the riches, and all the others urged her not to die. But she rebuffed all who came to her, and said it was useless to try to turn her from her purpose. Then Gunnar appealed to Helgi, and asked him for advice, and told him to go and see if he might soothe her, and said it was now very necessary if her grief could be lessened until time healed it. "Let no one tell her not to die," answered Helgi, "for she's been no use to us or to anyone else since she came here." She now ordered a large amount of gold to be brought, and ordered all those who desired riches to approach. Then she took a sword and stabbed herself in the arm, and sank back against the cushions and said, "If any of you want gold, here, take it now." All were silent. "Accept the gold," said Brynhild, "and enjoy it." Brynhild spoke to Gunnar once more. "Now I shall tell you in brief what is going to happen. On the advice of the sorceress Grimhild, you and Gudrun will soon be reconciled. The daughter of Gudrun and Sigurd will be named Svanhild, and she will be far fairer than any woman born. Gudrun will be married to Atli against her will. You will want to marry Oddrun, but Atli will forbid it. Then you will have secret meetings together, and she will love you. Atli will betray you and put you in a snake pit, and then Atli and his sons will be slain. Gudrun will kill them. Then mighty waves will carry her to King Jonnekur's castle. There she will bear noble sons. Svanhild will be sent out of the country and married to King Jormunrek. Becky's plotting will be her downfall, and then all your line will have passed away, and Gudrun's sorrows will be the greater." Chapter 33. I now ask you, Gunnar, to grant a last request. Have a great pyre built on the level ground for all of us. For myself, for Sigurd, and for those killed with him. Let there be a covering dyed in men's red blood, and burn there at my side the Hunnish king, and at his other side my men, 2 at his head, 2 at his feet, and 2 hawks in equal division. Lay there between us a drawn sword as of old when we shared the same bed, when we were called man and wife, and if I accompanied him, the door will not swing shut on his heels, nor will our funeral be paltry if 5 bondswomen and 8 servants given me by my father accompany him. And also burn there those who were killed with Sigurd. And I would say more if I were not wounded. But now the wound is frothing, the gash opening, and I have told the truth. So Sigurd's body was laid out according to ancient customs, and a great funeral pyre was built. And when it was properly alight, the body of Sigurd Fafnisbane was laid upon it. Also the body of his 3-year-old son, whom Brynhild had ordered to be slain,
and Guttorm's. And when the pyre was blazing, Brynhild went out on it, and told her maids-in-waiting to take the gold she desired to give them. And after that, Brynhild died, and was burnt there with Sigurd, and so their days ended.
Völsunga Saga, Part 17 of Many, Chapter 34. Now everyone who heard of these events said that there was surely not a man like him left in the world, and that never again would there be born a man such as Sigurd was in every respect, and his name would never be forgotten wherever German was spoken, nor yet in the northern lands, as long as the world endured. The story goes that one day Gudrun was sitting in her room and said, "I had a better life when I was married to Sigurd. He outclassed all men, just as gold does iron, or garlic other herbs, or the stag other animals, until my brothers grudged me a husband such as he, superior as all was to all. They could not sleep until they had killed him. Grani made a terrible noise when he saw his lord wounded. Then I spoke to him as I would to a man, but he hung down his head to the ground and knew that Sigurd had fallen. Then Gudrun vanished into the woods and heard all around her the howling of wolves, and thought it would be pleasanter to die. Gudrun went on until she came to King Hrolf's hall, and there in Denmark she dwelt with Hakon's daughter Dora for 3.5 years, and was shown great hospitality. And she wove a tapestry for her, showing on it many great deeds and noble sports, such as were customary at the time, swords and coats of mail, and all the equipment of a king, and King Sigmund's ships as they sailed along the coast. And they worked in Sigurd and Siggeir fighting south of Fjon. This was their pastime, and Gudrun was now to some extent comforted her in her grief. Grimhild heard what had become of Gudrun. She summoned her sons to talk with her, and asked how they meant to compensate Gudrun for her son and husband, saying that they were in duty bound to do so. Gunnar said he would give her gold, and in that way compensate her for her sorrows. They sent for their friends, and made ready their horses, helmets, shields, swords, and coats of mail, and armor of every description. The expedition was magnificently fitted, and no champion of any standing stayed behind. Their horses were clad in mail, and each knight had either a gilt or else a brightly polished helmet. Grimhild accompanied them on the expedition, and said that their mission would be successful as long as she did not stay behind. They had 500 men in all. They also had famous men with them. Valdemar of Denmark was there, and Eimod and Jaroslif. They entered King Hrolf's hall. There were Langobards, Franks, and Saxons there. They journeyed with full equipment, and they wore red fur cloaks, as the lay says, short coats of mail girt with short swords, high-soaring helmets, and sorrel-haired. They wanted to choose out fine gifts for their sister, and spoke kindly to her, but she would trust none of them. Then Grimhild brought her a doctored drink, and she had to take it, and afterwards she had no memory of any of her wrongs. That drink was mixed with the power of the earth, with the sea and her son's blood. In the horn, characters of all kinds were engraved and reddened with blood, as this verse says, "There appeared in the horn all manner of letters, graved and reddened. Read them I could not, the longling fish of the land of the herrings, ear of corn uncut, animals' jaws. Many were the ills mixed in with that ale, herbs of all the wood, and acorns scorched, the dew of the hearth, hollowed entrails, pig's liver boiled for blunting wrongs. And after this, when they were agreed, there was great rejoicing. Then when she found Gudrun, Grimhild said, Greetings, my daughter. I will give you gold and treasures of all kinds, an inheritance from your father, precious rings and the bed hangings of the most graceful handmaidens, and then your husband will be atoned for. Afterwards I shall give you in marriage to that powerful King Atli. Then you'll have control of his wealth. And don't forsake your relatives for the sake of one man. Do rather as we ask. I will never marry King Atli, replied Gudrun. It would not be seemly for us to continue the line together. You must now think of your feud, answered Grimhild. Act as if Sigurd and Sigmund were alive if you have sons. I cannot forget him, said Gudrun. He was superior to all. You are destined to marry this king, said Grimhild, and you shall marry none other. Don't force this king on me, said Gudrun. From him there'll be nothing but evil for this family, and he'll deal evilly with your sons, and afterwards terrible vengeance will be taken on him. Her arguments made Grimhild unhappy about her sons. She said, Do as we ask, and in return you shall have great honour, and our friendship, and the districts of Vinbjorg and Valbjorg. Her words carried such weight that it had to be so. Then so it must be, said Gudrun, though against my will, and there'll be little cause for rejoicing, but rather for grief. Then the men mounted their horses, and the women were given carriages, and thus they journeyed a week on horseback, another week on board ship, and a third over land, until they reached a lofty hall. A great crowd went to meet her, and a magnificent feast had been got ready there, word having previously passed between them, and it proceeded with great pomp and circumstance. And Atli married Gudrun at this feast, but her heart never smiled on him, and they had little happiness from their life together. Chapter 35. Now the story goes that one night King Atli awoke from his sleep. He spoke to Gudrun. I dreamed, he said, that you lunged at me with a sword. Gudrun interrupted the dream and said that to dream of iron meant fire, and the conceit of thinking yourself superior to everyone. I had another dream, said Atli. It seemed as if two reeds had sprung up here, and I wished never to harm them. Then they were torn up by the roots and reddened in blood,
and carried to the bench and given me to eat. I had another dream. 2 hawks flew from my wrist, but they found no prey and perished. It seemed to me as if their hearts were mingled with honey, and I thought I ate of them. Then it seemed to me as if there were fine young dogs lying before me, and at this they yelped aloud and ate their flesh against my will.
"These are not good dreams," said Gudrun, "and they'll be fulfilled. Your sons are surely doomed, and many trials will come upon us."
"I had another dream," he said. "I was lying in bed, and my death had been plotted."
Then it was over, but they knew no affection in their life together. King Atli then wondered what had become of all the gold that Sigurd had possessed, but that was now known to King Gunnar and his brother. Atli was a great and powerful king. He was clever and had many subjects. He now took counsel with his men as to how he should proceed. He knew that Gunnar and his family had far greater riches, and that no one could be compared to them. He now decided to send men to visit the brothers, and to invite them to a feast and to honor them in many ways. They were led by a man named Vingi. The queen knew of their private talks and suspected treachery against her brothers. Gudrun carved runes, and she took a gold ring and knotted to it a hair from a wolf, and handed it so to the king's envoys. They then set off as the king had commanded. But before they went ashore, Vingi saw the runes and altered them, making it seem as if Gudrun urged them in the runes to come and visit him. Then they came to King Gunnar's hall, and they were made welcome, and large fires were lighted for them. After that they drank merrily the best of the drink. Then Vingi spoke.
"King Atli sends me here, desiring you to visit him in great honor, and to receive from him great honor, helmets and shields and swords and coats of mail, gold and fine apparel, troops and horses and broad lands and fee. And upon you both he declared he is best pleased to bestow his power."
Then Gunnar turned his head and said to Hogni, "How are we to receive this offer? He invites us to assume great power, but I know of no kings who possess as much gold as we do. For we have all the gold that lay on Gnita head, and we have great rooms full of gold, and the finest cutting weapons and armor of all kinds. I know my horse is the finest, my sword the sharpest, and the gold fabulous." "I'm surprised at his offer," replied Hogni, "for he has seldom done this sort of thing, and it would be ill-advised to go and visit him. And I was surprised to see a wolf's hair knotted to a gold ring when I looked at the jewels King Atli sent us. And it may be that Gudrun thinks he has wolfish feelings towards us, and that she doesn't want us to go." Vingi now showed him the runes which he had said Gudrun had sent. Everyone now went to bed, but they remained drinking with a few men. Then Hogni's wife, whose name was Kostbera, a very beautiful woman, went up and looked at the runes. Gunnar's wife was named Gramvor. She was of great presence and character. The women poured out, and the kings became very drunk. Vingi noticed this and spoke.
"There is no hiding the fact that King Atli is very infirm, and very advanced in years for defending his kingdom. and his sons are young and fit for nothing. He now desires to give you control of the kingdom, while they are so young. It is you he wishes to profit by this."
Now it happened that Gunnar was very drunk, and also that great power had been offered. Nor could he fight against destiny. He now promised to take the journey, and informed his brother Hogni. "Your decision will have to stand," he answered, "and I shall accompany you, but I'm not enthusiastic about the journey." And when the men had drunk all they wanted, they went to bed. Kostbera began looking at the runes and read the characters, and saw that something different had been carved over them from what was underneath, and the runes were confusing. But by reason of her astuteness, she managed to see through them. After this she went to bed, and lay at her husband's side. And when they awoke, she said to Hogni, "You mean to set off, but that's unwise. Better go another time. And you're not so good at reading runes, if you think your sister is sending for you on this occasion. I read the runes, and I'm surprised if such a clever woman carved them in such a confused way. But underneath, your death seems to be shown, and either she missed out the letter, or else others tampered with them. And now you must hear my dream." Chapter 36. I dreamed that a raging river seemed to sweep in, and it smashed up the partition posts in the hall. "You're often distrustful," he answered, "but I've no mind to expect evil from people without cause. He will welcome us." "You'll find out," she said, "but there's nothing friendly about the offer. I again dreamed that another river swept raging in, and it smashed up all the beaches in the hall, and it smashed your legs and your brother's, and that must mean something." "Cornfields run where you thought there was a river," he answered, "and when we go through a cornfield, big husks often cling to our legs." "I dreamed," she said, "that your bedclothes were blazing, and that fire was shooting up from the hall." "I know just what that is," he answered. "Our clothes are lying here carelessly, and these are what will burn through your thoughts were running on our bedclothes." "I thought a bear came in," she said, "and smashed up the king's dais and menaced us with his paws, so that we were all frightened. And he had all of us in his mouth together, so that we were helpless, and this caused great terror." "A violent storm will come," he answered. "Where you thought there was a polar bear." "I thought an eagle came in," she said, "right down the hall and spattered me, and all of us with blood. And that foreshadows evil, for it looked at me like the fetch of King Atli." "We do a lot of slaughtering," he answered, "and we kill large beasts for our enjoyment. And dreaming about an eagle has to do with oxen, and Atli is sure to be well disposed towards us." And now they stopped talking about it. Chapter 37. Of Gunnar we are now told that when they woke up, the same thing happened. Granvor, Gunnar's wife, told of her many dreams, which to her seemed to point to treachery, but Gunnar gave an opposite explanation. "This was one of them," she said. I thought a bloody sword was brought into the hall, and you were run through with the sword, and at both ends of the sword there were howling wolves. Small hounds will snap at me, and blood-stained weapons often stand for the snarling of dogs, answered the king. Then again, she said, I thought the women came in. They looked downcast, and they chose you as their husband. They may have been your desir. It's now getting hard to give an interpretation, he replied, and no one can escape his fate, nor is it unlikely that I'm soon to die. And in the morning they jumped up and wanted to be off, but others tried to dissuade them. Then Gunnar addressed a man called Fjornir. Up, and give us great goblets of good wine to drink. This may be our last festive occasion. And now the old wolf will get the gold if we die, nor will the bear be slow to use his fangs. Then amidst weeping, the retainers sent them on their way. Hogni's son said, Farewell and good luck. The majority of the retainers stayed behind. Hogni's sons, Solar and Snævar, went, as did a man named Orkning, a great warrior. He was Bera's brother. The household went with them to the ships, and all tried to dissuade them from the journey, but without avail. Then Glamvor spoke. Vingi, she said, it's very likely that your arrival here spelt disaster, and great events will follow from your departure. I swear I'm not lying, he answered, and may a high gallows and all the fanes take me if I'm telling a single word of a lie. And he didn't in the least spare himself in the use of such expressions. Then Bera spoke. Farewell, and good luck go with you. Be cheerful, said Hogni, however things go with us. There they departed, each following his destiny. They rode with might and main so stoutly that well nigh half the keel came away from the ship. They pulled at the oars with such great sweeps that oar looms and gunwale pins broke, and when they reached land, they did not make fast their ships. Then for a while they rode on their noble horses through a dark wood. They now saw the royal dwelling. They heard a great din from there and the clatter of arms, and saw a large number of men there, and the great preparations they were making. And the castle gates were crowded with men. They rode up to the castle, but it was shut. Hogni forced open the gate, and now they rode into the castle. Then Vingi spoke. You'll want to be had. Well advised not to do this. And now wait here while I seek out the gallows tree for you. I asked you to come here in friendly fashion, but there was deceit behind it. It won't be long now before you're strung up. We're not yield to you, answered Hogni, and I hardly think we would shrink back where men should fight, and frightening us won't help you, and this is going to turn out badly for you. Then they knocked him down and beat him to death with the back of their axes. Völsunga Saga, Part 18 of Mini, Chapter 38. They now rode up to the king's hall. King Atli drew up his men for battle, the troops so positioned that there was a courtyard between them.
Welcome among us, he said, and give up all the gold to which I am entitled. The treasure that was Sigurd's and is now Gudrun's.
You'll never get the treasure, said Gunnar, and you'll find intrepid men here before we die. If you show us hostility, it may be that you will furnish this feast sumptuously, with little stinting of eagle or wolf.
It's long been in my mind to bring about your death, said Atli, and get control of the gold, and reward you for your infamy in betraying your distinguished brother-in-law, and I shall avenge him.
You'll do worst in having planned this for a long time, answered Hogni, and yet you are now ready for nothing. A fierce battle now began, and there was first a shower of missiles, and now the news reached Gudrun, and when she heard about it, she grew angry and flung off her mantle. After that, she went out and greeted those who had come, and kissed her brothers, and showed them affection, and this was their last exchange of greetings. Then she spoke. I thought I'd found a way to stop you coming, but no one can fight against destiny. Then she said, Is there any use in trying for reconciliation? But to this, they all flatly said no. She now saw that her brothers were having a hard time of it, and so she decided on stern action. She put on a coat of mail, took up a sword, and fought alongside her brothers, and advanced to the attack as boldly as the boldest man. And everyone said the same, that they would hardly see a stouter defense than that. Casualties were now heavy, but the valor of the brothers surpassed that of all others. Now the battle went on for a long time, until well past midday. Gunnar and Hogni fought their way through King Atli's troops, and it is said that the field was all running with blood. Hogni's sons now pressed forward fiercely.
I had a large and splendid body of men, and great champions, said King Atli. But many of us have now fallen, and we have great evil to thank you for. 19 of my champions slain, and only 11 left.
And then there was a lull in the fighting. Then King Atli spoke.
There were 4 of us brothers, and now I alone am left. I allied myself by marriage to a great family, and thought it would be to my advantage. I had a wife. She was beautiful and wise, magnanimous and resolute, but I could not profit by her wisdom, for we were rarely on good terms. Now you have slain many of my kinsmen, cheated me of my dominion and riches, and brought about my sister's death. And this it is that grieves me most.
Why talk like that? Said Hogni. You were the first to break the peace. You seized my kinswoman and starved her to death, murdering her and seizing her wealth. And that was no kingly act, and I think it ridiculous for you to enlarge on your grief. And all thank the gods that things are going badly with you. Chapter 39. And now King Atli urged on his troops to make a violent onslaught. Now they fought gallantly, but the Gilkings attacked so strongly that King Atli was forced back into the hall. And now they fought inside, and the battle was fierce. The fighting was accompanied by great slaughter, and it ended with all the brothers' troops falling, so that just the two of them were left standing, and many a man soon went down before their weapons. King Gunnar was now the object of attack, and because of overwhelming odds, he was taken prisoner and put in irons. Then Hogni fought with great valor and courage, and felled King Atli's greatest champions, 20 of them. Many he thrust into the fire that was burning in the hall. On one point they were all agreed, that they hardly ever saw a man like him. Yet in the end he was overpowered and taken prisoner. King Atli spoke. "It's astounding, quite, how many men have met their doom at his hands. Now cut out his heart, and so let him die." Hogni spoke. "Do as you please. I'll cheerfully await what you intend to do, and you'll see that my heart is unafraid, and I've experienced grim ordeals before, and when unwounded I readily submitted to trials of valor. But I am now badly wounded, and you alone will settle the account." Then a counselor of King Atli spoke. "I've a better plan. Let's seize Hjalli the thrall instead, and spare Hogni. The thrall deserves to die. He'd not lived long enough to be anything but contemptible." The thrall heard, screamed loudly, and ran off to where he thought he'd likely be safe. He said he was suffering for their quarrels, and thus he paid for his hard life. He said it was an evil day if he was to die, and leave his good food and his pig keeping. They seized him and turned a knife on him. He screamed loudly before he fell. Then Hogni spoke in a way that not many are accustomed to do when they get into sore straits. He pleaded for the thrall's life. He didn't want to hear the streaking. He said and declared it was an easier matter for him to play out the game himself. So the thrall's life was spared. Gunnar and Hogni were now both put in irons. King Atli then told King Gunnar that he must reveal the whereabouts of the gold if he wanted his life spared. "I must first see my brother Hogni's bloody heart," he answered. And now they seized the thrall again, cut out his heart, and brought it to King Gunnar. "What we can see here," he answered, "is the heart of that coward Hjalli. It's not like gallant Hogni's heart, for it is quaking violently now, and did so far more when in his breast." Then, urged on by Atli, they made for Hogni and cut out his heart. And so great was his valor that he stood the agony laughing, and they were all astounded at his courage, and it has never been forgotten. They showed Gunnar Hogni's heart. "Here we can see the gallant Hogni's heart," he answered. "And it's not like the heart of that coward Hjalli, for it is not trembling much now, and did so still less when in his breast. And you, Atli, will lose your life, as we are now losing ours. And now I alone know where the gold is, and Hogni won't tell you. My mind was uneasy while we were both alive, but now the decision is mine alone. The Rhine shall have the gold, before Huns wear it on their arms." "Away with the prisoner!" said King Atli. Gudrun now called on some men to go with her, sought out Atli, and said, "May things now go badly for you, in the way that you kept your word to me and Gunnar." King Gunnar was now put into a snake pit, where there were many snakes, and his hands were tightly bound together. Gudrun sent a harp to him, and he showed his skill in that he struck the strings with his toes, playing with great skill, and he performed so outstandingly that few thought they'd heard playing such as that, even with the hands. And he plied this art until all the snakes fell asleep, except for one large, vicious adder that slid up to him and dug in its snout until it struck into his heart, and he died there with great courage.
Völsunga Saga, Part 19 of Many. Chapter 40. King Atli thought now that he had won a great victory, and he spoke to Gudrun somewhat mockingly, or as if he were boasting. "Gudrun," he said, "you've lost your brothers now, and it's your own doing." "You're telling me of these killings now," she answered, "but you may be sorry when you find out what is to follow. Unceasing malice is your legacy that will longest survive, and while I'm alive, things won't go well for you." "We must now be reconciled," he said, "and I'll compensate you for your brothers with gold and costly treasures, in accordance with your own wishes." "For a long time I have not been easy to get on with," she replied, "but it wasn't too bad as long as Helgi was alive, and you will never pay compensation for my brothers, so as to satisfy me. But we women are often subdued by your strength. My kinsmen are now all dead, and you alone have jurisdiction over me. I shall now accept the situation, and let us now give a great feast to honor the memory of my brothers, and of your kinsmen too." And she now spoke agreeably, though at heart she was unchanged. He was easily taken in, and trusted her words, when she made herself cheerful of speech. Gudrun now gave the funeral feast for her brothers, and King Atli did so for his men, and it was a turbulent banquet. Then Gudrun thought of her wrongs, and watched for an opportunity to inflict some grievous shame upon the king. And in the evening she seized hold of the sons she'd had by King Atli, as they were playing along the wall bench. They were frightened and asked what was to happen to them. "Don't ask that," she asked. "I'm going to kill you both." "You can do what you like with your own children," they answered. "No one will prevent you, but this deed will bring shame upon you." Then she cut their throats. The king inquired where his sons were. "I'll tell you," replied Gudrun, "and gladden your heart. You caused me great suffering when you killed my brothers. Now you shall hear my words. You've lost your sons, and here are their skulls used as drinking cups, and you yourself drank their blood mixed with wine. Then I took their hearts and roasted them on a spit, and you've eaten them." "You're a cruel woman," replied the king.
murdering your sons and giving me their flesh to eat, and you leave little interval between your evil deeds.
My heart would indeed be bent on bringing deep disgrace upon you, said Gudrun. There's no treatment bad enough for a king like you.
The evil you've done is worse than any precedent men know of, said the king. And there's great folly in such harshness, and you deserve to be burnt on a pyre, after first being stoned to death. Then you'd have got to where your path is leading.
You make this prophecy of yourself, she replied, and I shall die a different death. Many bitter words passed between them. Helgi left a son called Niflung. He felt a deep hatred towards King Atli, and told Gudrun that he wanted to avenge his father. She received this favorably, and they made their plans. She said it would be greatly to their advantage if it could be done. And in the evening, when the king had done with drinking, he went to bed. And when he was asleep, Gudrun came, and Helgi's son. Gudrun seized a sword and thrust it through King Atli's breast. The two had a hand in it, she and Helgi's son. King Atli awoke with the wound.
No need here for bandaging or treatment, he said. Who inflicted this hurt on me?
I had a hand in it, and so did Helgi's son, said Gudrun.
There was no honor for you in doing this, said King Atli. Though you had some cause, but you were married to me with your family's consent, and I made you a marriage portion of 30 good horsemen and maidens such as befit you, and many other men. Yet you said it would not be proper unless you had charge of the lands that King Butli had possessed, and you often had your mother-in-law in tears.
You've told many untruths, said Gudrun, but I don't care about that, and I was often in an evil mood, but you greatly added to it. Here in your house, there's often been a lot of trouble. Friends and kinsmen often fought, and each provoked the other, and I had a better life when I was with Sigurd. We slew kings and did as we pleased with their domains, and we gave quarter to those who wanted it, and great men made submission to us, and we raised up any for the asking. Then I lost him, but to bear the name of a widow was nothing. What grieves me most is that I came to you, while before I was married to the noblest king. But you never came out of a battle without having had the worst of it.
That is not true, replied King Atli. But arguing like this will improve neither your fate nor mine, for I've come off badly. Now act honorably towards me and see that I have a splendid funeral.
I shall have a magnificent tomb made for you, she said, and a splendid stone sarcophagus, and wrap you in fine cloths, and think of everything needful for you. After this, he died, and she did as she had promised. She then had the hall set on fire, and when the king's bodyguard awoke in terror, the men would not face the fire, but cut each other down, and in that way met their death. And this was the end of King Atli and of all of his followers. Gudrun had now no wish to live after these deeds, but her last day had not yet come. The Volsungs and Jökings were, as people say, eminent men, and the most dauntless, and this is found in all the ancient lays. And that is how, with these events, the strife now ended. Chapter 41. Gudrun had a daughter by Sigurd, whose name was Svanhild. She was the most beautiful of all women, and she had her father's piercing eyes, so that few dared look her in the face. In her beauty she outshone other women, as does the sun the other heavenly bodies. Gudrun once went to the sea, took up an armful of stones, and walked into the sea, intending to do away with herself. Then huge waves bore her along over the sea, and with their aid she was carried away, and came at length to the castle of King Jonakr. He was a powerful king with a great following. He married Gudrun. Their children were Hamdir, Soli, and Erp. Svanhild was brought up there. Chapter 42. There was a king called Jormunrek. He was a powerful king of those days. His son's name was Randver. The king summoned his son to an audience. "You must go on a mission for me to King Jonakr," he said, "and Biki, my counselor, should go too. Svanhild, daughter Sigurd Fafnisban, has been brought up there. I know her for the most beautiful maiden under the sun. She it is whom I would marry above all others, and you shall ask for her hand on my behalf." "It is my duty, sir, that I should go on your mission," he said. He now had worthy preparations made for their journey. They now travelled until they reached King Jonakr. They saw Svanhild and were most impressed with her beauty. Randver sought an audience of the king and said, "King Jormunrek wishes to offer you an alliance by marriage. He has heard of Svanhild and wishes to choose her as his wife, and there is no certainty that she would be married to a man more powerful than he is." The king said it was a magnificent match, "and he is greatly renowned." "It's unreliable to trust to good luck not breaking," said Gudrun. But due to the urging of the king and all that went with it, this was now agreed on, and Svanhild now went to the ship with a magnificent retinue, and sat on the stern deck at the prince's side. Then Biki spoke to Randver. "It would be more fitting for you than for such an old man to possess so beautiful a woman." This was greatly to his liking, and he spoke to her tenderly, as she did to him. They arrived back to their country and went to the king. "It is only right, sir," said Biki, "that you should know what is going on, though it is not so easy to speak of it. It is a question of trickery, whereby your son has enjoyed to the full Svanhild's love, and she is his mistress. Don't let this go unpunished." He had already given him evil advice, but of all his evil advice this was the crown. The king listened to his many wicked counsels. He could not contain himself for anger, and said that Randver should be seized and hung on the gallows. And when he was led to the gallows, he took a hawk and plucked out all the feathers, and said that it was to be shown to his father. And when the king saw it, he said, "This shows he thinks I'm just bereft of honor.
as the hawk of feathers. And he ordered him to be taken down from the gallows. But in the meantime, Bikki had been at work there, and he was dead. Said Bikki again, "There is no one you have to be harsh towards than Svanhild. Let her die shamefully." "I shall take this advice," said the king. She was then tied in the gateway of the castle, and horses were made to charge at her. But when she opened wide her eyes, the horses dared not trample her. And when Bikki saw this, he said that a bag should be thrown down over her head. This was done, and then she met her death.
Chapter 43. Gudrun now heard of Svanhild's death, and spoke to her sons. "Why do you sit there so calmly, and talk so cheerfully when Jormunrek has killed your sister, shamefully trampling her to death beneath the horse's hoofs? You've neither of you the spirit of Gunnar or Hogni. They would avenge their kinswoman." "You had little praise for Gunnar and Hogni when they killed Sigurd, and you were smeared with his blood," answered Hamdir. "And the killing your sons was an evil vengeance for your brothers. And we shouldn't be better able to kill Jormunrek if all of us were together. And we cannot stand your taunts. So hard do you press us." Gudrun went laughing, and gave them to drink from great goblets. And after this she sought out for them large and excellent coats of mail and other armor. Then Hamdir said, "We shall part here for the last time, and you'll hear the news, and then you can give a funeral feast for us, and for Svanhild." After this they set out, and Gudrun, her sorrow the greater, went to her room and said, "I have married to 3 husbands, first to Sigurd Fafnir. He was betrayed, and that was my greatest sorrow. Then I was wedded to King Atli, and my heart was so ill-disposed towards him that I slew our sons in my grief. Then I walked into the sea, and waves carried me ashore. And then I was wedded to this king. Afterwards I married off Svanhild into a foreign land, with great wealth. And the keenest of my sorrows after Sigurd was when she was trampled down beneath the horse's hoofs, and most bitter when Gunnar was put in the snake pit, and the hardest when Hogni's heart was cut out. It would be better if Sigurd were to come to me, and I to go to him. No son or daughter is now left to comfort me here. Remember, Sigurd, what we said when we shared the same bed, that you would visit me from the underworld and wait for me there." And here her lamentations ceased. Chapter 44. The story now tells of Gudrun's sons, how she had so treated their armor that no iron could bite home, but she told them to do no damage to stones or other large objects, and said it would be a bad thing for them if they did not do as she said. And after they started out, they came across their brother, Erp, and asked how he would help them. "Like hands help hand, or foot helps foot," he answered. They thought this meant not at all, and they killed him. Then they went on, and it was only a short while before Hamdir tripped, thrust out a hand, and said, "Erp must have spoken the truth. I'd have fallen then if I hadn't steadied myself with my hand." Shortly afterwards, sorely tripped, shot out his foot, managed to recover his balance, and said, "I'd have fallen then if I hadn't steadied myself with both feet." They now declared that they had acted wrongly towards the brother Erp, They traveled now until they reached King Jormunrek. They came into his presence and immediately attacked him. Hamdir struck off both his hands and sorely both his feet. Then Hamdir said, "His head would now be off if our brother Erp, whom we killed on the way, were alive. But we found this out too late. As the verse has it, of now were his head, if Erp alive, our brothers brave in battle, whom we butchered on the way." They disregarded their mother's instructions by causing damage to stones. They were now attacked, and they defended themselves valiantly and well, and were the death of many a man. No iron bit home. Then a grey-haired man of aged appearance, and with one eye, came up and said, "You people aren't clever, if you don't know how to slay these men." "Give us advice about it if you can," replied the king. "You should stone them to death," he said. So it was done, and stones flew at them from all quarters, and this ended was their death. Völsunga Saga, Part 20 of 20. Appendices and Glossary. Appendix A. To visit Odin. Atsukya heim Odin, and similar expressions such as hia Odni gista, all meaning literally to visit Odin or be Odin's guest, are used in the sense of to die in battle. Odin was known as Volfather, father of the slain, this ensuring entry into Odin's hall, Valhalla, Valhall, hall of the slain, which was certainly a good thing, see page 3, from the heroic pagan point of view. Snorri tells us in Völsunga Saga, chapter 10, gaf han tha sumum Sigurd in sumum báð han til sín, þótti hivard vegi koster gother. To some he then gave victory, others he called to him. Either way seemed good. The rear does not die in battle, but of sickness, and there are grounds for the belief, see H.M. Chadwick, The Cult of Odin, London 1899, that the man mortally ill might be marked with the point of a javelin, being thereby dedicated to Odin. The javelin was a weapon especially associated with him, and thus presumably made one of the Einherjar, the dead heroes who spend their days in fighting, carousing with Odin in Valhalla. See Snorri's Edda Gylfaginning, chapter 41. Until the doom of the gods is at hand, see Snorri's Gylfaginning, chapter 51. Appendix B. Aslaug and Heimir. Heimir heard the news in Hlidlir that Sigurd and Brynhild were dead, and Aslaug, their daughter, Heimir's foster daughter, was then 3 years old. He knew they would seek to kill the girl and her family. So great was his grief for his foster daughter, Brynhild, that he gave no heed to kingdom or wealth. He now saw that he would be unable to hide the girl. So he had a harp made big enough for him to get the girl into it, along with many treasures of gold and silver. And then he went away, journeying far and wide, and eventually came up here to the northern countries. His harp was so skillfully made that he could take it apart and put it together again at the joints. And during the day, when he was near watercourses and nowhere in the neighborhood of dwellings, he was accustomed to take the harp apart and wash the girl. And he had a certain herb and gave her to eat of it. And such is the nature of this herb that the man may live for a long time, even if he has no other food. And when the girl cried, he played the harp, and she would then grow quiet. for Hymir was highly skilled in the arts then practiced. He also had many magnificent garments, and a great deal of gold with her in the harp. And now he journeyed until he came to Norway, to a small farmstead called Sparngarheid, where then he lived a man called Aki. He had a wife, and she was named Grima. Apart from them, there were no other people there. That day the man had gone into the woods, but the woman was at home and greeted Hymir and asked who he was. He said he was a beggar and asked the woman for shelter. She declared that so few people came there that, as she said, she would welcome him if he thought he needed to stay there. After that, a while he said he would think it most hospitable if a fire were to be lit for him, and if he were then shown to the room he was to sleep in. And when the woman had lit the fire, he placed a harp beside him on the seat. But the woman was very talkative. She often glanced at the harp, for the fringe of the valuable piece of clothing was protruding from the harp. And when he warmed himself at the fire, she saw a valuable ring appear from beneath his rags, for he was poorly clad. And when he had warmed himself as much as he thought was necessary, he had his supper. And after this he asked the woman to show him to where he was to spend the night. The woman then said that he would be better off outside rather than inside, because when my husband comes home, the two of us often talk a lot. He said she knew best, so he went out, and so did she. He took the harp and kept it by him. Going out, the woman went over to a barley barn and showed him to it and said that he was to bed down there, adding that she expected he would sleep well there. And now the woman went away and busied herself with necessary tasks, and he settled down to sleep. Later in the evening the man came home, but the woman had got through very few of her tasks, and he was weary when he came home, and surly in manner, for all the things she would have been seeing to were not done. The man said there was a great difference in the happiness of his lot and hers. Every day he worked more than his strength allowed, while she would never get on with anything useful. "Don't be angry, husband," she said, "because perhaps you might quickly contrive for us to be happy all our days." "How?" said the man. "A man has come to our home," the woman replied, "and I imagine he has a great deal of wealth along with him, and he's stricken in years and must have been a mighty champion. But now he's very weary, and I don't think I've ever seen his like, but I imagine he's exhausted and sleepy." Then the man said, "I don't think it's wise to betray a few people that come here." "You'll be a nobody for a long time," she answered, "because you've got scruples about everything. And now do one thing or the other. Either you kill him, or I shall take him for my husband, and the two of us will drive you away. And I could tell you the words he spoke to me this very evening, but you won't care. He spoke to me amorously, and my plan will be to take him for my husband and to drive you away, or kill you if you won't do as I wish." And it is said that the man was henpecked, and she kept on about it until he gave way to her goadings. He took his axe and put a good keen edge on it, and when he was ready the woman showed him to where Hymir was sleeping, and there was a loud snoring. The woman told her husband to attack him the best he might. "And might off quickly, for you'll not be able to stand his shrieks and screams if he gets his hands on you." She picked up the harp and ran off with it. Then the man went up to where Hymir was sleeping. He struck at him, making a deep wound, but dropped his axe. He immediately made off as quickly as he could. He awoke with the wound, and it had done for him completely, and it is told that he made such an uproar in his death throes that the supports in the house gave way, and the whole house collapsed, and there was a violent earthquake, and there his life ended. But man now went to the woman, and now told her that he had killed him. Though for a time I didn't know how things would turn out, and the man was very strong, but I expect that he's now in the underworld. The woman said that she thanked him for his deed. And I expect that we've now ample wealth, and we'll find out whether I've told the truth. They now kindled a fire, and the woman took hold of the harp and tried to open it. And she had no choice but to break it open, for she hadn't the skill. And now she managed to get the harp open, and there she saw a little girl, the like of whom she thought she'd never seen before. And there was also a large amount of treasure in the harp. The man now said, "It's going to turn out badly. It often does when you betray a person who trusts you. It looks to me as if we have a helpless waif on our hands." "That is not what I thought," answered the woman, "but we'll not complain about it now." And now she asked who her family was, but the young girl made no reply, as if she had never learned to speak. "It's just what I thought," said the man, "that things would go badly for us. We've committed a terrible crime. What are we to do with this child?" "That's easy," said Grima. "She shall be called Kraka, after my mother." Then the man said, "What shall we do with this child?" "I have a good plan," answered the woman. "We'll say she is our daughter, and we'll bring her up." "No one will ever believe it," said the man. "The child is far more attractive than either of us. We're both very ugly, and no one will think it likely that we would have a child like this, queer looking as we both are." The old woman now said, "You don't know but what I may have a trick or two to make it seem not improbable. I shall shave her head and rub it in tar, and other things, making it unlikely that any hair would grow. She shall have a long hood, and she won't be well dressed either. Then we shall look more like each other. Perhaps people will believe that I was very pretty when I was young. She shall also do the worst chores." And the man and his wife thought that she couldn't talk because she never answered them. What the old woman had planned was now done. She now grew up there in great poverty. Appendix C. The general correspondence between Völsunga Saga and its extant literary sources. Appendix C is full of various notes and directions, numbers and letters, all a bit much to read out in this. Glossary of technical terms. Allfather. It is possible that the Allfather were originally the souls of the dead, or the souls of the unborn, or of those awaiting rebirth, though they have also been thought of as fertility spirits. The term came to signify a class of mythical beings who were occasionally mentioned together with the Aesir and were possessed of supernatural powers, but in some respects akin to men, and capable of forming intimate relationships with them. Example, in Völsunga Saga Kraka, King Helgi's daughter Sigurd is born of an elf woman. In Sigurd's Saga, Hogni's father is an elf. And finally, confused with the dwarfs, See glossary about Dvergar. Snorri in Snorri's Edda Gylfaginning, chapter 17, divides the elves into Hrosalfar, light elves, who dwell in Alfheim and are fairer than the sun, and Dokelfar, who dwell in the earth and are blacker than pitch. The god Frey is associated with Alfheim in Grimnismal, stanza 5 of the Poetic Edda. See de Viris, Adgern, Religion 1, 257, and in K. Chadwick, Norse Ghosts, Folklore, 57, 1946, page 58. Disir. These were supernatural female beings who acted as guardian spirits and may have come to be considered as dead members of the same family. At one time, they probably enjoyed a cult of their own. The Disir often merged into other supernatural Norse women. As protective spirits, they are akin to the Etarfyrgur and the Fyrgurjokmur. At times, they are thought of as helping in childbirth and performing other functions often ascribed to the Norns. The appearance of the Disir could also herald battle and death. It is probable that they were originally spirits connected with fertility. See De Vries, Atgern, Religion 2, 297. Dvergar. These were the dwarfs, mythical beings of small stature, human in shape, and had to dwell underground or in rocks and cliffs, and to shun the light. They were renowned as metal workers. According to one source, Poetic Edda Völuspa, stanza 10, the Aesir created the first pair of dwarfs, who then seemingly fashioned more of their own kind from the earth. According to Snorri's Edda Gylfaginning, chapter 14, they originated as maggots in the flesh of the primeval giant Ymir, out of whose body the world was created. They appear to be later, more sophisticated representations of what were originally the spirits of the dead, or nature spirits. See De Vries, Outgren, Religion 1, 252. Fylgja, a personification of the essential nature or power of an individual or family. It often appeared in the form of an animal whose nature corresponded to the name or character of the individual it represented. The family race, Otarfyrgjör, were protective spirits who were often seen in female form. See De Vries, Outgren, Religion 1, 224-228. G. Turve Petre, Ligia Fyrgjör Thinnar til Icelands, Saga Book of the Viking Society, 12, 1937-45. Page 119 through 126. Hamingja. The word Hamingja could mean the luck that a given person is born with and which could be transferred to others. At the same time, it seems to have had a rather more concrete connotation and to have been thought of as a kind of guardian spirit. The word may derive from Hamir, combining its two meanings of the external visible shape the spirit could assume and call. See De Vries, Altgren, Religion 1, 174 and 222. Hel, often used simply to connote death, was the dread goddess of the principal underworld known to Norse mythology. Snorri, in Snorri's Edda Gylfaginning, chapter 34, describes her as ruling over those who die of sickness or old age, thus making a neat contrast with his description of Odin's hall Valhall, the abode of those slain in battle, Snorri's Edda Gylfaginning, chapter 20. Though literary art rather than genuine belief may be uppermost. The name Hel is also given to the underworld itself. Snorri, perhaps due to Christian influence, hinting at a degree of misery probably absent from actual pagan belief. Snorri's Edda Gylfaginning, chapter 34. Morð. Murder, morð, as opposed to manslaughter, vig, was considered to be a particularly odious crime which put the perpetrator outside the law. The distinction between morð and vig did not lie in the presence or absence of malice aforethought, but in that viglissing, the immediate avowal of the deed at one of the 3 nearest houses to the scene of the crime. Killing without such avowal was considered to be morð, unless, according to Völsunga Saga, chapter 13, an identifiable weapon were left in the wound, in which case the launvig, secret manslaughter, was used. Vig could be atoned for by paying compensation to the bereaved family, or if none existed, to those prosecuting the suit, if they were agreeable. This was not normally the case with morð, which carried with it the penalty of outlawry. See Fritzner, Orthborg 2, 731, Clees v. Vigfussen 434, Hoops 4, 342. Munder. The marriage settlement on Munder was an agreed sum payable by the groom for his bride, without which no marriage was valid, and which became her personal property. Nafenfester. The formal naming of a child, called Nafenfester, was normally preceded by the sprinkling of the child with water, also born Vatni, a pagan rite distinct from, but having certain elements in common with, Christian baptism, skun, and followed by the bestowal, then or later, of a gift, also called Nafenfester. This pagan baptism may ultimately owe its origins to early contacts between pagan Northmen and Christian Anglo-Saxons. It certainly had a legal significance, since until the ceremony was performed, the child could be exposed and did not have full legal rights. For a full discussion, see K. Maurer, Über die Wasserwehe des Germanischen Heidentumes, Abhandlungen der Königlichen Bayerischen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Philologisch Klasse 15, 1881. Against the idea of a Christian origin, see De Vries, Artikel, Religion 1, page 179, or Backte Christlich Landgut in der Saga-Religion, 1952, page 25, strongly supports the theory of a Christian provenance. Nornir. The Norns were a personified expression of the Norse conception of fate, skop. They were sometimes thought of as female supernatural beings who were present at every birth, both to render assistance as midwives and also to shape the child's destiny. See especially Snorri Edda Gylfaginning, chapter 15. There seems to have been an indefinite number of these supernatural women, but they tend to appear in groups of 3. A second conception arising partly out of this belief was akin to that of the Roman Parcae. There were in particular 3 Norns, known as Urthur, Verthandi, and Sigurd, who were held to determine men's fates and who at times, like their classical counterparts, seem to be associated with weaving and spinning. See Poetic Edda, Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 1, stanza 3, or Regnismor, stanza 14. The Norns, as is the case with most of the supernatural or supernaturally endowed women of Norse literature, do not form a clear-cut conception. Sometimes they are called disir or spadisir, which is also used occasionally of Valkyries, who exercise some influence on men's fates. Seithkona. The Seithkona was a woman, Kona, highly skilled in the exercise of the magic art, Seitr, whereby she could effect an exchange of appearances or lay a curse on an enemy, cause madness, foretell the future, etc. She was not seldom malignant. The Seithkona had a male counterpart in the Seithmaður. Troll. Trolls were generally conceived of as monstrous, gigantic beings, usually, if not always, evilly disposed. Trollhafithik was a pagan equivalent of go to the devil. They were not clearly distinguishable from Jotnar and Thursar, the giants. The origin of trolls and giants is not clear. They may be in part personified aspects of natural phenomena. In part, they may be the result of hallucinatory images produced by various conditions, such as hunger. They figure largely in Norse mythology as the enemies of the gods, and as the primeval inhabitants of the world. In the beginning was Ymir, the giant. A good account of giants and trolls in the Norse and more general Germanic setting is given by De Vries, Outgrim, Religion 1, page 241. Valkyria, Valkyrie. The word basically signifies chooser of the slain. The Valkyries were Odin's handmaidens, whose main duty it was to sway the course of battles and conduct the slain to Valhalla. The conception of Valkyries as armed, mounted, supernatural warrior maidens is very probably a poetic development of an earlier and cruder belief in savage elemental beings who rejoiced in bloodshed and carnage. See Hoops 475, Nora K. Chadwick, The Monsters and Beowulf in the Anglo-Saxons, Studies Presented to Bruce Dickens, 1959, page 171. In Norse literature, the Valkyries are sometimes confused with Skaldmeyjar, shield maidens, a conception akin to the Amazon idea. From the earliest Germanic times, women had taken part in battles. See Tacitus, Germania, chapter 8. Vulva. The vulva was a Seithkona who exercised a predominantly mantic function. She always carried a staff, vorur, which may well account for her name. An excellent description of the vulva and her art is to be found in Eirik's Saga Rautha, chapter 4.